in Konoha. At first, I annihilated the Sarutobi clan. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Goodbye Hinata. What is that? Chinatsu, Hinata, Kakashi, Kiba, Shino, Karin, Naruto, and Yamato, the Konoha ninjas who were scattered around to hunt down Uchiha Itachi and search for Uchiha Sasuke, all stopped at the same time and looked towards the direction of the giant lightning mushroom cloud. The dazzling lightning made them squint their eyes slightly, and their eyes were temporarily blinded. Just now, they only felt a stream of light passing by, and when they reacted, a violent explosion that swept over a radius of more than 10 kilometers sounded in the distance. Kakashi, what is that? Parker, the ninja dog in Kakashi's group, tilted his head and asked Kakashi, this feeling, is it Akatsuki? Looking at the huge explosion in front of him that had not dissipated for a long time, Kakashi answered, apart from the superpowers of Akatsuki, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could do this. Then do you want to go over and take a look? Parker continued to ask. The attack came from somewhere else. We cannot confirm where it came from, but I believe others will go there too. For safety reasons, let's go and take a look, Kakashi said, and his figure flashed and rushed to the direction of the explosion. In addition to Chinatsu, other people in Konoha were also rushing to the direction of the explosion. Especially Karin, who seemed extremely excited because he felt Chinatsu's chakra in the explosion and wished his parents had more legs. His speed was faster than Yamato and Naruto who were traveling with him. As for Chinatsu, she was blocked by Yikang before the explosion began. The two confronted each other for a long time. It was not until the explosion occurred that one of the ninja dogs standing next to Chinatsu spoke. This kind of dress? Is it Akatsuki? Looking at Yikang in front of him, who was wearing a red cloud black robe and a wind chime hat, the ninja dog showed a vigilant look. The other ninja dog nodded solemnly and said, it seems so. According to Kakashi's information, among the members of the organization, only Fujiwara Chiya's partner is a woman. In other words, Fujiwara Chiya is likely to be nearby. Maybe that guy caused the exaggerated explosion. What should we do? Zio Chiksha, the other party seems to be ill-intentioned. The two ninja dogs looked at Chiksha at the same time. From Yikang's inner voice, Chiksha read that the other party was asked by Chiya to find her in order to prevent herself from getting close to that area before the battle is over. But at this moment, there are still two of Kakashi's ninja dogs, and Chiya doesn't want to be exposed, so she must send them away first. Thinking of this, Chiksha shook her head and said, you two are not suitable for this level of battle. Keep going along the direction of the explosion. Kakashi and the others should be there. I will hold him here. Then be careful. The ninja dogs know how powerful Chiksha is, and they also know how difficult the Akatsuki organization is. Even if they stay here, they can't help at all. Instead of doing this, it's better to go and seek reinforcement. As the saying goes, you have to act your part. Seeing that the ninja dogs were about to run away, Yikang casually recognized Takune, but they were pinned by the kune thrown by Kainzaya. He said coldly, I won't let you succeed so easily. At this point, Kainzaya looked at the two ninja dogs that had already gone far away, and the coldness on her face suddenly disappeared, and a gentle smile bloomed instead. In Yikang's stunned eyes, she trotted forward and held Yikang's jade hand, smiling and saying, so, should I call you sister or stepmother? Hinata was also blocked on her way. He was stopped by Kainli on the way to the explosion. What surprised Hinata a little was that the two ninja dogs seemed to have not seen Kainli and ran away directly. She was left alone. Little Hinata Kainli, wearing a red cloud black robe and a wind chime hat, waved to Hinata. Hinata was stunned by the voice. Are you brother Kainai? Kainai nodded slightly, slowly took off his hat, revealing a young and handsome face. Confirming that it was the person she had been thinking about day and night, Hinata abandoned her shyness, flew into Kainai's arms, hugged Kainai's waist with both hands, and cried while saying, great, you're okay since the defeat of Akatsuki members such as Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hidden. Every time she dreams, Hinata will think of this big brother who suddenly appeared like a hero in her childhood and saved her twice in a row. This big brother who started to check her body for various reasons after the Chunin exam. Every time she thinks of this, Hinata will be terrified. She is worried that one day, Kainai will end up like the previous members of the Akatsuki organization. What's wrong? Why are you crying suddenly? Is it because brother Kainai didn't check your physical development in the past few months? Feeling the softness in her chest and the virgin fragrance entering her nose, Kainai smiled slightly and gently stroked Hinata's face. Hinata's pretty face turned red, and she wiped her tears, but there was no time for her to feel shy. With red eyes, she hurriedly said, "Brother Kainai, can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" Kainai was a little surprised. This was the first time Hinata asked him. "Quit Akatsuki." Hinata said solemnly, "Don't follow the Akatsuki group. I'm worried that you will." Before Hinata finished speaking, Kainai seemed to see through her thoughts and took over the topic. "Are you worried that I will be like Kakuzu and hidden?" Hinata closed her eyes in pain and nodded slightly and heard Kainai say, "It's not the time yet. No matter what, we have to wait until the end of the 4th Ninja World War, right? Moreover, he is looking forward to the feeling of standing on the 10 tails and looking down on all living beings. It would be too boring if we don't play to the end. There is no way. Being invincible is too lonely." But Hinata heard this and wanted to continue to persuade Kainai to quit Akatsuki. Then she seemed to think of something, mustered up her courage, and said hesitantly, "Brother Kainai, do you remember what you said to me?" "What?" Kainai was stunned. He said too many things, and every time he went to check Hinata's physical development, Hinata's cheeks became more and more red, and her pretty face was about to bleed. "As long as I rub you, you will be fine. So, brother Kainai, you can quit Akatsuki," Hinata said, looking around and seeing that there was no one. She actually held Kainai's hand and pressed it on her own Uzaian. In order to make Kainai quit Akatsuki, Hinata also tried her best. "You are really a silly girl, but you have indeed grown a lot." Feeling the surprise in his hand, Kainai was stunned, and a warm current instantly flowed through his heart, and he said a double entendre. "So, brother Kainai, did you agree?" Hinata's eyes lit up, and she didn't care that one of her sisters was still held in Kainai's hand, and asked anxiously. Kainai nodded. He didn't want to disappoint the little girl he had watched grow up since childhood, but it was impossible for him to quit Akatsuki now. So he said, "Within half a year, I will find a way to leave Akatsuki." After half a year, the 4th Ninja World War would be over. It wouldn't matter whether he quit or not. Chapter 277 Persuading Deidara to Study. Hinata was overjoyed to get the answer she wanted, and her pretty face immediately showed a joyful smile. Then she felt a slight pain in her chest, and then she realized that her sister was still in Kainai's hands, and until now, the other party had not let go, but from time to time I clenched my 5 fingers. Hinata lowered her head, and could not see her feet at a glance, and said timidly, "That, Kainai brother, can you let go?" Hinata is so uncomfortable. "Oh sorry haha, I can't help it, I can't help it." Kainai laughed awkwardly. "Really, Kainai brother, you are like this every time." Hinata pouted dissatisfiedly, then covered her mouth, and suddenly laughed happily. Only at this moment could she confirm that he was still him. The battle between Otaka and Nezushi is imminent. Soon, Otaka will entrust Shizu's right eye to Naruto. With the deal with Kabuto, Kainai felt that he could reclaim this eye. This meeting with Hinata was just a passing one. Considering that there were still things to do later, Kainai spent some time with Hinata, ate some tofu, and then said goodbye to her, and came to the meeting place with Yikang. "Have you met Chinatsu?" This was the first sentence Kainai said to Yikang after seeing her. "Yeah." Yikang nodded, and the word young mother from Chinatsu lingered in his mind. "How do you feel?" Kainai continued to ask with a smile. "She is a very smart girl." Yikang gave her own evidence. When she looked at Chinatsu, she seemed to have understood all her intentions, and there seemed to be no secrets at all. After a slight hesitation, she added, "She calls me young mother. That's really like her." Kainai smiled. At this moment, there was a sudden pull from the ring in her hand, and the Akatsuki organization was going to have a meeting again. In the dark cave, the outer demon statue showed its head and hands in a praying posture. But, on the 10 fingers of the outer demon statue, the remaining 9 members of the Akatsuki organization appeared one after another. What's wrong with you? Akatsuki robe is the symbol of Akatsuki organization. Seeing Zetsu take off Akatsuki robe, Pin frowned. You have to ask them about this. Zetsu's eyes swept over Kanai, Yikang, Deidara, and Obito, and finally fell on Kanai's projection. I was almost blown to death by that crazy ninjutsu. Senior Zetsu, this is not my fault. It was the ninjutsu released by Senior Kanai. Senior Deidara and I were also affected. We were riding on the detonating clay, but we were blown away for a long time. Obito, who turned into a funny fairy, scratched the back of his head in distress, as if he was afraid that everyone didn't know, and specifically pointed out that it was the ninjutsu released by Kanai. Sorry, I don't know where you are, because I'm trying to merge chakras of different attributes into a bloodline limit recently. The chakra ratio was not controlled well at once. In order not to affect Deidara and Afei, I had to throw them out. Kanai smiled faintly. Although he said so, there was no apology in his tone. So, that's the bloodline limit. You're worthy of being Brother Kanai. Not only have you developed the 5-element jutsu to the extreme, you've even started to create bloodline limits on your own. Upon hearing this, Deidara felt a warm current flowing through his heart, and he suddenly realized that it seemed that Brother Kanai chose to let Gigi go in order not to affect us. It looks like Mr. Kanai has developed another powerful ninjutsu. Kisame took over the topic and asked curiously, so, who is the opponent this time? Who can make Mr. Kanai use the newly developed ninjutsu? Is it the Ninetales Jinchuriki or Uchiha Sasuke? Hey, I know. Obito still had that funny personality. As if he was afraid that others would answer the question before him, he raised his right hand and said hurriedly, it's Uchiha Sasuke. Then, he talked to himself, this is the first time I see Senior Kanai fighting, and I have to say, that Senior Kanai is really amazing. With overwhelming strength, he beat Uchiha Sasuke and his 2 companions without any resistance. At this point, Obito looked at Itachi meaningfully, and added, in the end, even the ability of the Manjaki Sharingan, which is the same as Itachi's, was used, but it was still easily cracked by Senior Kanai. As soon as these words came out, a touch of emotion flashed in Obito's eyes. Like Deidara, Kisame, as one of the few members of Akatsuki who cares about his companions, seemed to understand Itachi's thoughts, and asked for him, so, is Sasuke dead? No, I just tested his strength a little bit. Didn't Daisarozi say that there is something he needs on Nejira? I left it for him. Kanai said, looking at Daisarozi with amusement. Thank me, otherwise your stupid Itoto would probably never see you again. And I also tested his strength for you. Although he has opened the Manjaki, his illusion is still as weak as before. He just has the ability to control the changes in the Black Flame's form. With your level, as long as you don't let him win like Scorpion did when facing his grandmother, it shouldn't be difficult for you to win. When Deidara thought of the Black Flame in advance, the scene of Nejira using Amaterasu emerged in his mind. A trace of palpitations flashed through his heart, and he couldn't help asking, Brother Kanai, what exactly is that weird black flame? It can even burn out flames. Kanai replied, Amaterasu, just like Kakashi's eye technique, that broke your right arm, is an eye technique activated by the Manjaki Sharingan. Wherever the gaze reaches, it can release a large range of black flames to burn the opponent. And the black flame will not disappear until the target is burned. Once contaminated, unless the contaminated part is discarded, the whole person will be burned to ashes. That's really a terrible eye technique. Deidara nodded with lingering fear. Cold sweat flowed between his eyebrows. Kanai said indifferently, it's terrible, it's not terrible, it's not terrible, like that level of eye technique, apart from the indestructible characteristics, it's not much stronger than ordinary flames. As long as you use something to block it in advance, then the next step will be smooth sailing. This kind of thing, I'm afraid only Mr. Kanai can do it, but not everyone has such a strong perception like you. Kisame sighed. He asked himself, he didn't have the ability to avoid Amaterasu. Big brother Kisame is right. Deidara swallowed his saliva. Obviously, the battle between Kainai and Sasuke this time touched him deeply. Kainai said seriously, in this case, then you should work hard to train yourself, especially Sarutobi. As the youngest person in the Akatsuki organization, you still have a lot of room for growth. I believe that after this battle, you also know where your weakness is against the second pillar. As long as you get rid of that weakness, then I believe your strength will be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Deidara's weakness is that he is afraid of lightning escape. Once the clay bomb touches the lightning escape, it will become a dud. Speaking of chakra attribute restraint, it is also fucked up. Whether it is the original work or now, it seems that from beginning to end, only Deidara is restrained. Chapter 278 Jiraiya learns that Chiya is Tsunade's husband. 4K. By the time Naruto arrived at the center of the explosion, all the Konoha ninjas had arrived, except Chinatsu and Hinata. What on earth is this? Naruto's eyebrows showed cold sweat when he saw the terrifying pit with a radius of more than 10 kilometers and a depth of nearly 100 meters. Compared with this move, the spiral shuriken he had just developed and learned was simply not worth mentioning. Everyone looked back at Naruto, then looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Karin. Karin looked a little disappointed because she didn't see Kainai and nodded slowly. Kakashi said, "This is going to be troublesome. It looks like it's that guy." Hearing this, Naruto was stunned. He naturally knew that the guy was referring to Kainai. A flash of sadness flashed in his eyes. He swallowed and asked nervously, "Then Teacher Kakashi, what's the situation now? This is not the battle site, but there is still some chakra of Kainai that has not dissipated. I believe he has also seen that this exaggerated ninjutsu came from there. In other words, the battlefield is not here, but over there." Kakashi turned and looked behind him and said with his back to Naruto, "I just asked Ya to check it out and found that there is indeed the scent of Sasuke in the air over there. In addition, there are a few strangers. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be the companions summoned by Sasuke. Then Kainai, where is brother Kainai?" Naruto asked worriedly. Kakashi knew the position of Kainai in Naruto's heart and did not say much, but said lightly, "Except for the chakra that has not completely dissipated here, there is almost no breath related to him. Doesn't that mean?" Naruto's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously thought that Kainai was defeated by Sasuke and his companions, and a sense of desolation arose spontaneously. Whether it was Sasuke or Kainai, Naruto did not want them to be in trouble, because the two of them represented the existence of brothers and fathers in his heart. Kakashi understood Naruto's eyes, and was speechless for a while, and shrugged slightly. "Think about it, it's impossible for you. Everyone must know the strength of that guy. Even Itachi couldn't do it at the beginning. Even if Sasuke now has the strength to match Itachi, it is impossible to defeat that monster." The matter of the Uchiha clan extermination was no longer a secret in Konoha because of Kainai's exposure. Looking at the whole Konoha, I'm afraid only Naruto and Sasuke, who had already defected, and a few others didn't know. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and added, "And Fujiwara Chiya is good at hiding his aura. Unless he does it on purpose. Chakra, smell, and even vision, these traditional ways of perception, can't sense him at all." Speaking of smell, Kakashi remembered the chair left by Chiya in the battle to recapture the Kazakage. A strange thought came to his mind. Did the other party do it on purpose? Haha. I said, how could brother Chiya die so easily? Naruto raised his hands and pillowed them behind his back. While he breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile appeared on his face, which made everyone, except Karin and Kakashi, look disgusted. They all looked at Naruto, as if he was an idiot, thinking, doesn't this guy know that the monster is the enemy of Konoha? Wow, it seems that everyone is here. A familiar voice came from far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the two ninja dogs following Hinata running over. Naruto said, "Oh, it's Biscuit and Aquino. Why are there only two of you? Where's Hinata? What are you talking about? Isn't little Hinata right here?" The two ninja dogs turned around and looked at each other. "Oh, where's little Hinata? She's been following us the whole time, and we were just talking to her." "What nonsense are you talking about? We didn't see Hinata from the beginning. Only you two came here." Inozuka Kiba, who is also a member of Team 8, walked impatiently in front of the two ninja dogs. half squatted down, and said angrily, I say, you two guys, you couldn't have lost Hinata and made up a lie. Hey, Kiba, calm down. Shino walked behind Inuzuka Kiba and put his right hand on the latter's shoulder. Kiba threw him away, stood up and backed away, stroking his fluffy short hair, and shouted, how can you ask me to calm down? Hey, there are members of the Akatsuki organization everywhere, and there is also that dangerous guy Sasuke. What if Hinata meets them? Seeing that Kiba was about to lose control of his emotions, Kakashi, as the captain, looked at Yamato and was about to stop him, but Hinata's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see Hinata running over breathlessly, and only slowed down when she got closer. Kiba's eyes lit up, and he wanted to meet her, but was stopped by Kakashi. Kakashi first glanced at the ninja dog Parker, who sniffed and nodded, and Kakashi let go of Kiba. Kiba stepped forward and asked, Hinata, what happened? Hinata nodded, because she ran too fast. Her breathing was a little rapid, and she let out a long sigh and said, I just met brother Kainai. Kainai? Hearing this, everyone, including Kakashi, frowned. Although I know that Hinata, like Naruto, has known Chiya since childhood, this child is too defenseless. Naruto is fine. After all, his brain is not very bright, but Hinata is a genius of the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Kakashi sighed softly, then, tell me what happened after you met him. What happened after you met him? Hinata's mind flashed the scene when she took the initiative to press Chiya's hand on her moon mouth. Her eyes were flustered, and her skin from her neck to her forehead turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heat came out of her head. Looking at Hinata's expression, that was easy to understand. Kakashi sighed again. He knew that he couldn't ask anything next. Moreover, Chiya would not leak any important information to Hinata. It was probably just an accidental encounter. Then reminisce about the past. It's good to be young and fall in love with a powerful rebel ninja. At this moment, the two ninja dogs following Chihiro ran over and told everyone that Chihiro was stopped by Chiya's partner. Kakashi was instantly overwhelmed. These troubles are really one after another. Fortunately, Karin has a strong perception. After learning that Jinatsu is coming here, the two meet up and set out again to find the second pillar. Konoha. Hokage's office. Jiraiya, who has not appeared for a long time and has been secretly investigating the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization, pushed open the door of the Hokage's office and found Tsunade. I have already found the hiding place of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. This is the first sentence Jiraiya said after seeing Tsunade. What? Really? Tell me in detail quickly. Tsunade stood up excitedly after hearing this and asked 3 times in a row in a soft voice. It's no wonder that she was so excited, because Kainai had said earlier that there was an existence in the Akatsuki organization that made him afraid. But Kainai never revealed the information of the Akatsuki organization from beginning to end, and she subconsciously thought that it was true, and it was the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Shizune, who was holding a pig, stood behind Tsunade, also showing a curious look, and said excitedly, we can immediately designate a surprise attack plan based on this information. In her opinion, with Kainai as an insider, it is almost certain to capture the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization base. Well, don't be so anxious first. Jiraiya spread his hands and shrugged. At this moment, he was ready to not come back and decided to go to the Akatsuki organization base to explore the information in person. Before knowing the information about the leader of the Akatsuki organization, if he rashly launched a surprise attack, he would probably be wiped out on the spot. He didn't want the Konoha ninja to sacrifice in vain. It's not the sequel to the novel you wrote. How can you be so leisurely, Anne? Tsunade avoided Jiraiya's gaze, and her eyes dimmed a little. She began to miss the scene when Kainai was there. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have pushed him so hard so that he didn't dare to go home now. It's not good to be so anxious, especially when you have to make a big bet. How about, before that, do you want to have a drink with me? This trip to the Hidden Rain village may never come back, and Jiraiya plans to reminisce with Tsunade before leaving. Tsunade's forehead showed a well sign, her eyes wide open, pointing at Jiraiya and scolding. How is it possible? As a Hokage, how can I go to drink with you in broad daylight? Although she said so, Tsunade still followed Jiraiya into the izakaya obediently. She drank a bottle as soon as she came. Jiraiya was speechless for a while. Then the two chatted a lot. After a chat about the past, Jiraiya and Tsunade got to the point, mentioned Akatsuki, and said that he decided to go to the Akatsuki organization base to explore intelligence. The result was undoubtedly rejected by Tsunade. But Jiraiya still insisted on going, and in the end, Tsunade couldn't persuade him, and took out the kunai left for him by Kanai. In the sunset, Jiraiya and Tsunade sat on the public chairs on the street of Konoha. What is this? Jiraiya took the kunai, and noticed the 1000-character mark on it, and was slightly stunned. This is a special flying thunder god kunai, which was left to me by Chinatsu's father. As long as you inject chakra into it, he will be able to sense it, and rush to rescue you, as soon as possible. Tsunade said. Flying thunder god, I never thought that the man who stole your heart could actually learn this jutsu. But as a Hokage, it's not good to hand over Konoha's strategic level ninjutsu to non-Konoha ninjas. Well, forget it this time, but I can't do this again in the future. Ahaha. Jiraiya let out an awkward laugh, put away his kunai, stood up, put on the Myobakayama summoning scroll, facing the sunset, with his back to Tsunade, he waved at him. It's almost time to set off. However, before he could take a step, Tsunade's voice rang out again. This was not taught by me. He never asked me for any ninjutsu. He blackmailed it from Orochimaru. What the hell is going on? Jiraiya looked puzzled, and turned back to sit in his original seat. How did he get involved with Orochimaru again? Actually, I lied to you about something. Tsunade took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, mustered up the courage to look directly at Jiraiya, and said seriously, you guessed right, Chinatsu's father is Fujiwara Chiya. Boom. Jiraiya was struck by lightning when these words came out. The tragic atmosphere that had just been brewing with great difficulty was suddenly washed away by Tsunade's words. Chinatsu is already 7 years old this year. That is to say, it was 8 years ago when Tsunade was pregnant with Chinatsu. How old was Chiya 8 years ago? It seems that he had just defected from Konoha. Tsunade sighed lightly. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. As she spoke, she told the story of how she met Chiya. From being drunk, to being pregnant with Chinatsu, to the two of them really getting together, and Chiya secretly protecting the Konoha ninja from the hands of the Akatsuki organization. After listening, Jiraiya felt a pain in his chest, and felt a burst of sadness. The goddess he had secretly loved for most of his life was so easily won over by a rookie boy. While feeling bitter in his heart, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, it was Tsunade who met Chiya. Otherwise, with the means and strength of the man who easily played with Orochimaru, the Ninetales would have been captured by the Akatsuki organization long ago, and Konoha would have suffered heavy losses long ago. After all, that guy was a ruthless man who almost slaughtered the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. It is enough to see how strong his desire for revenge is. Only Tsunade and Chihiro soothed the hatred in his heart, and prevented the hatred left by the third Hokage and Anzo from spreading to the entire Konoha. No wonder Chihiro has the strength to surpass Kakashi at the age of 7. It seems that she has inherited Chiya's true teachings. In this way, it can be explained that Chiya has shown restraint on Naruto and the Konoha ninjas several times. Jiraiya folded his arms, thinking, I know how strong Kanai is, but the opponent is the one who can command the monsters of Akatsuki. You can imagine how powerful that mysterious leader is. Even Kanai is afraid of him, so you don't need to take such a big risk. Tsunade didn't want Jiraiya to go and die. After all, Jiraiya was the only ninja who could speak for them in their era. No, that's why I want to unveil the mysterious leader of Akatsuki. You just said that Kanai has almost never revealed the information of Akatsuki to you. And you should also know my way of saving my life. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Even if I can't run away, I can use the kunai you gave me when it comes to life and death. Jiraiya stood up and faced the sunset, leaving Tsunade with a back that he thought was handsome. This time he didn't look back. At the same time, he didn't say anything to Tsunade. That is, Kanai's idea of achieving peace by making the 5 major countries hostile to Akatsuki is too dangerous. He who advocates mutual understanding to achieve peace cannot communicate. Therefore, he cannot fully trust Kanai. In addition, he does not know how to use this Kyune, not because he is worried whether Kanai will save him, but once Kanai shows up to save him, he will definitely fall out with the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki organization. He does not want Tsunade to lose her husband. He does not want Chinatsu to lose her father. PS. 2 chapters in one. Please recommend. Please vote. Please subscribe. Chapter 279 Chakra Surge. Goodbye Juzo. 4K. On the other hand, while Jiraiya was rushing to the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Itachi, who was already terminally ill and felt that his time was running out, found Naruto, who was using multiple shadow clones to look for the second pillar. He began to make the final preparations before dying in the battle. He told the funeral. The real body went to see Naruto's shadow clone, while his own shadow clone brought the crow with Shisu's left eye left in Naruto's body. Uchiha Itachi, are you here to arrest me? This was the first sentence that Naruto's real body said after seeing Uchiha Itachi. No, not really, I just have something to ask you. Daisarozi casually threw out Tsukune and solved Naruto's shadow clone used for sneak attacks. I know you are only one person, why don't you surrender? The number of people on my side can be increased from 1 to 1,000. Naruto smiled coldly, and while answering, he began to think about countermeasures against Uchiha Itachi. And how could I possibly escape? As long as I catch you, I can see Sasuke. Why are you obsessed with my stupid Itoto? He's a traitor, right? Daisarozi began to make the final test. At least compared to you, I treat him more as a brother. Naruto answered sternly. Brother? Daisarozi smiled and continued to ask in a frivolous tone. Then what about Kanai? That guy should not have any contact with you, let alone a bond. When he left the village with me, you were only 7 or 8 years old. Who said there is no bond? Naruto waved his hand and recalled the scene of seeing Kanai in his childhood. A trace of loneliness flashed across his blue eyes. Don't compare people like you with brother Kanai, let alone talk about him in this tone. While speaking, Naruto's anger instantly surged in his heart. He formed seals with both hands and cast shadow clones to roll out a ball. With a step, he rushed towards Daisarozi. However, before he could get close, he felt his feet lighten, and his body was actually suspended in the air. The surrounding environment also changed, and it was all bloody. Crows were wailing all over the sky. One of the crows had a 3 Megatama right eye, which was Shisu's eye. Damn, what is this? Naruto's eyebrows were covered with cold sweat, and he knew that he was in a jinjutsu. You are already in my jinjutsu. Dozens of crows gradually gathered and turned into the figure of Uchiha Itachi. He said to Naruto, say it again, I want to talk to you. You want to take Sasuke back, but what will you do if you can't do it? I have been asked such questions before, but there is no choice at all. Going forward bravely and doing what I say is my ninja way. Naruto said sternly. Is that so? After getting the answer he wanted, Uchiha Itachi no longer hesitated, stuffed the crow with Shisu's left eye into Naruto's body, and then left. What he didn't know was that the crow was replaced by Kanai the moment it was summoned. Mr. Kanai, this is... Looking at the Sharingan on the crow's left eye, Yikang was shocked and lost his voice. Uchiha Shisu's main Jiki Sharingan is known as the strongest illusion of Katamatsukami. It does not need to look at each other like ordinary Sharingan, and can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent, and modify the opponent's will. That's about it. Kanai put the crow into the system warehouse, and planned to use the system to deprive it. After all, he did not have the habit of taking people's eyes. But, didn't Uchiha Shisu die a long time ago? How did the eyes end up in Uchiha Itachi's hands? Is it true that Uchiha Itachi killed him as the rumors outside? Yikang was more and more confused. Although the two had never dealt with each other, he had heard of Uchiha Shisu's name. He was as famous as Uchiha Itachi, and was known as the strongest person in the Uchiha clan. This is just a smoker screen from that old guy Danzo. As he spoke, Kanai told the story of the Uchiha clan from Shisu's death to the extermination of the clan. When Yikang heard that Uchiha Itachi foolishly followed Danzo's advice in order to protect his brother and not to cause a war, he slaughtered everyone regardless of gender, age or youth. and even killed his father and mother in the end. Yi Kang was angry. In recent years, she has been with Kainai day and night and has vaguely learned some of the values of the 9-year compulsory education. She shouted, "The Uchiha Itachi is really not a son of man." It's not that Yi Kang sympathizes with the Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, not only because of the instigation of the Konoha high-level officials, but also because they themselves have certain problems. What Yi Kang was really angry about was that Uchiha Itachi killed his own clan members and his parents. In her opinion, anyone can kill Uchiha, except Uchiha Itachi, who has been eating the Uchiha clan's food since childhood, accepting the Uchiha clan's training, and being cared for by the Uchiha clan since childhood. Even Uchiha Shizu, who was severely brainwashed by the Konoha high-level officials, wanted to solve it peacefully from beginning to end, and was unwilling to hurt the Uchiha clan. But Uchiha Itachi, a filial but conceited son, exterminated the clan. Just to protect his brother? She didn't believe that, after killing all the Uchiha clan members who had gone astray and staged a coup, the Konoha high-level officials would really kill the Uchiha civilians, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, didn't want to do it anymore. Could it be that his brother's life is life, and other people's lives are not lives? It's a pity that Daisaiozi asked Orochimaru what he regarded human life as when he attacked him. What about him? The most hateful thing is that he dared to attack the Lord Kainai, whom she admired the most. This is something she can't forgive. Nowadays Daisaiozi is suffering from illness and relies on drugs all day long. It's a punishment to hang on to his life. And he won't live long. Kainai said lightly. That's really a bargain for him. Yi Kang snorted lightly, and I finally understand why you hate that guy so much. Killing his father and mother is intolerable by heaven. Kainai smiled awkwardly and opened the long-lost system panel. Ding, the system panel is opening. Host, Fujiwara Chiya, gender, male, age 21 years old, chakra attributes, fire, lightning, earth, wind, water, yin, yang, chakra amount 1000 card, secret technique, Shiangangju, 9th level peak, ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style head, hard working shadow clone technique, 3 body technique, instant body technique, Chidori series of ninjutsu, Rasengan series of ninjutsu, lightning style, pseudo dark wind style, suppression, earth style, earth spear, earth style, earth flow wall, water style, water dragon bullet, water style, water curtain barrier, summoning jutsu, Rashomon god level, medical ninjutsu, summoning beasts, crow, Zenaya bloodline, Sharingan, dissolution style, boiling style, melting style, storm style, dust style, barrier, Uchiha flame formation, breath barrier, 4 yang formation. Special abilities, sealing technique, observation haki, awakening, predict the future, armament haki, hardening, entanglement, external release, internal destruction, mirror flower and water moon. The enemy only needs to see the shike once, without interfering with the chakra. It can directly act on the soul, control the 5 senses, spiritual power sensing, etc. and can also control chakra sensing in the Naruto world, illusion. Katamatsukami, Genjutsu Sharingan, Magic Tree Binding Kill, Genjutsu 3 Zetsu Sakura, Naraku's observation technique, physical skills, Great Swordsman swordsmanship, Konoha basic physical skills, Shiangang Jutsu's own moves, Uchiha style shuriken throwing, Kune throwing, chakra attribute changes, fire, thunder, earth, wind, water, yin, yang warehouse, Zanpakuto Kyokusu Jetsu, Kune x 1225, Shuriken x 2311, some clothes, Manjaki Sharingan, Fugaku, Danzo, living person, stand in wooden stake x 179, Zimu river water, I love Ache, Senzu beans asterisk 1141, crow, Shisu's left eye, first generation cells, ding, the same bloodline as the host is detected, please ask if you want to extract it, extract. Ding, extraction is successful, please ask if you want to devour it, devouring. Devouring together with the first generation cells. As the words fell in his heart, Kainai's already extremely powerful spiritual energy and physical energy in an instant obtained a leap forward improvement. As we all know, Kainai's strength, most of it comes from the increase brought to him by Shiangangju. The lower limit is here. but in essence, without Sharinganju, at best, it is at the level of the Uzumaki clan. It is probably between 30 and 50 cards. But now with the first generation cells in the Sharingan, things are different. It has greatly raised his lower limit. This is also the reason why there are so many ambitious people who transplanted the first generation cells in the later period of Naruto. It is just different from the partial transplantation of the first generation cells by Madara and Anzo, which resulted in a first generation face on their bodies. Kainai's first generation cells and body have been perfectly integrated under the system's swallowing, and there will be no situation of the first generation face on his body. At most, it is a little whiter than before, and it is impossible to detect without careful observation. Ding, swallowing is successful. Hearing the system prompt again, Kainai then checked the system panel again. Sure enough, with the first generation cells in the 2-bit Suumjin, the yin and yang complement each other, and the chakra is increased from 1000 calories to 5000 calories. It has increased 5 times. In terms of blood inheritance, there is also a column for wood escape. Next, he can use the wood escape ninjutsu collected by the root organization, which collects almost all wood escape ninjutsu, except the true thousand hands. Like the woodman technique and the wood dragon technique, everything is available. The reason why Yamato and Danzo can't use it is because they are too weak. As the saying goes, the strong one is never the wood release, but the first generation of Hokage himself. But it doesn't matter. The true thousand hands need to be used in conjunction with the immortal technique, otherwise even the first generation can't use it. But this is not a problem for Kainai, who has perfect immortal techniques. In addition, after gathering the 2 gods, he also vaguely felt that he had gained the power to open Susanoo. Although the first generation cells can greatly reduce the side effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan, it still has a certain impact. Kainai doesn't want to use this kind of power that squeezes himself, and he doesn't need it. He himself is better than Susanoo below the perfect body. After swallowing Obito's double divine power and blood, and practicing the Sharinganju to the highest level, maybe he can try the feeling of Susanoo as he pleases. For example, after Uchiha Madara is resurrected, he can devour his blood and Samsurai, and then use the infinite god to transform this world into the shape he wants. It seems to be good. When he goes to other worlds in the future, he doesn't have to worry about the safety of his wife and children. Just when Kainai was thinking about the beautiful blueprint in his heart, Yikang's surprised voice sounded beside him. Master Kainai, your eyes, Kainai's eyes, I don't know when, have turned into Shisu's Mangekyou. Kainai said oh, and stroked his eyes gently. You are talking about this while speaking. Kainai reiterated the reason why he had fooled Tsunade. Anyway, Fugaku is dead, and his body was burned by himself. No one knows the ability of his Mangekyou Sharingan. There is no evidence. Moreover, he will never tell anyone about the system. It can be like this, then the ability of this Mangekyou Sharingan is really strange. Yikang believed it, and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, don't worry about it. This level of power is dispensable to me. We should go back to the Rain Village. There will be a good show next. Kainai held Yikang's hand. Good show. Yikang was stunned. Yes, good show. Kainai showed a mysterious smile on his face. Jiraiya's death happened after Data Kako entrusted Shisu's left eye, and before the battle between the 2 pillars and Data Kako brothers. At the moment of Jiraiya's death, Naruto sensed it in the dark. Now it is estimated that Jiraiya should have set off. He doesn't want to miss any excitement. At this moment, Tsunade is probably still complaining about his harem. When everyone in Konoha thinks that Jiraiya is dead, Kainai will tell Tsunade the truth. Well, maybe he can sleep with this most troublesome tiger girl in the harem. And the moment Kainai returned to the Rain Village, he sensed Jiraiya's chakra. Wow, you're here so soon. Did you use the Toad reverse summoning? Hearing this, Yikang couldn't help but show a strange look on his face. Did someone sneak into the hidden Rain Village? Yes. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. He can be considered my brother-in-law. Now Pain is looking for him all over the village. Kainai said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, several masked people wearing the costumes of the hidden Rain and Boo stepped on the water and ran over quickly. What? It turned out to be you two. Did you use the reverse summoning again? The leader took off his mask, revealing a face wrapped in bandages and without eyebrows. It was the Iron Fool who completed the feat of chopping the tailed beast ball with a sword, Biwajuzo. Now he is the captain of the Hidden Rain Village Anbu. Among the Anbu ninjas following behind him, there are several people Kainai knows, Hydrangea, who was praised as the loli by the fans of the previous life of Naruto, and her two companions with chakra perception ability, Water Lily and Hibiscus. Because Kainai was bored and took over the S-level mission issued by Xiaonan, the Lalita trio survived. Master Kainai. Seeing Kainai, the three Lalita trio hurriedly took off their masks and saluted. Kainai nodded slowly, turned his gaze to Biwa Juzang, and asked knowingly, "Long time no see, Juzang, what's the matter with you making such a fuss?" Of course. Biwa still looked lazy and unmotivated, and sighed. "An enemy has invaded, and it has very powerful chakra. Pin ordered me to find the enemy. Just now, the two newcomers behind me sensed a powerful chakra suddenly appeared here. I didn't expect it to be you. It seems that the chakra just now should be Yikang. Your concealment ability is still as powerful as ever. It makes people unable to see the depth." Chapter 280 Jiraiya licking the dog to death. "Then you should do your best." Kainai looked up at the clear sky. He knew that, as expected, Pin and Konan had already started searching in person. After all, although Juzo was an elite ninja, he was still a certain distance away from Jiraiya. From the beginning, Pin did not expect the team led by Juzo to catch Jiraiya. He estimated that it was a smoker screen. The real ones would be Konan and Pin. After the brief episode with Juzo, Kainai took Yikang on the journey home. And this was the first time that Kainai really took Yikang home. Back to his home with Mrs. Mikoto and Izumi. "Master Kainai, is this really okay?" Yikang looked a little flustered. Her cheeks were blushing, like a drunk beauty. From time to time, she turned her head to avoid Kainai's gaze, and took care of her bun, like a new daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. "We are going to meet sooner or later, aren't we? Besides, Mrs. Mikoto and Izumi are very nice people. They'll just complain to me at most, so you don't have to worry at all." Kainai held Yikang's hand and comforted him all the way. Yikang felt relieved. Entering the highest bell tower in the Hidden Rain Village, they met Xiaonan unexpectedly at the stairs. "Am I here at the wrong time?" Xiaonan was colder than before. Not only her expression, but also her voice and eyes. The way she looked at Kainai was like a scumbag. This guy really had Yikang seduced a long time ago, and he even dared to bring him home. Kainai was stunned. This familiar line, this familiar famous scene. Then, she imitated the action of Lee Sunhoon in the Little Lee Flying Dagger. First hugged Yikang into her arms, then stretched out her other hand to Xiaonan, and smiled. "No, you came at the right time. I'm talking about Yikang. I should have told you that outsiders are not allowed to enter this clock tower." Xiaonan obviously didn't expect Kainai to react like this. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and for a moment, a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. But she concealed it well. However, it didn't escape the eyes of Yikang, who was also a woman, because when Kainai hugged other women, she also showed a look similar to Xiaonan, hoping that she could join in. Without waiting for Kainai to answer, Yikang took over the topic, and in Xiaonan's stunned eyes, he got out of Kainai's arms, and naturally stepped forward to hold Xiaonan's hand. "I'm not an outsider, Sister Xiaonan." This sentence is like saying that we are all Kainai's women. Although Yikang was a person of the same era as Minato Namikaze, and was a few years older than Xiaonan, she was considerate, and had always kept a low profile, just to avoid embarrassing Kainai. Xiaonan was directly at a loss for what to do by Yikang's action. She thought that Kainai had told Yikang about his flirting with her. Her cheeks instantly turned red. She glared at Kainai angrily, and said to Yikang with a slightly softer tone, "Don't you know what kind of person this guy is? He has more than one woman, even Uchiha Itachi's mother." "I know," Yikang answered as a matter of course. "Then you still." Xiaonan was disappointed. Over the years, she had been taken advantage of by Kainai, both verbally and physically. With a handsome appearance, strong strength, and a heart that can seduce people, there are almost few women who are not tempted by such an offensive. If Kainai was just single, then Xiaonan might have surrendered long ago. But this guy is just a playboy. Whenever she thought about Kainai having more than one woman, and besides Mrs. Kwan and Mrs. Makoto, there might be other women outside, she would be so angry that she almost bit her teeth. Mr. Kainai is indeed a little fickle, but he is sincere to every woman he has. Facing Xiaonin's questioning, Yi Kang was not ashamed, but began to persuade Xiaonin. Xiaonin was stunned to hear this, and even Kainai was surprised by Yi Kang's considerate look. Xiaonin didn't talk nonsense with Yi Kang anymore. She was afraid that, if she continued to talk to Yi Kang, she would be led into a ditch. Xiaonin skipped the previous topic, and said to Kainai, "It's a good thing that you are back. There are intruders in the Hidden Rain village now. You can sense it, and see if you can help find them." Kainai concealed Jiraiya's actions. "No, I had sensed it when he came. I guess the intruder should know that he has been discovered." In order to avoid detection, he ran into a certain barrier. "But you don't have to worry. Since the other party dared to break in here alone, I guess he is not here to start a war, but to gather intelligence. If he wants to gather intelligence, he must enter this clock tower. Once he enters this clock tower, with Pain's ability, the other party will have no way to escape." "That's right." Xiaonin nodded in agreement, without commenting, and then listened to Kainai say, "Look, that's Xiaonin. We finally meet again. Do you think we should? What do you want to do?" Xiaonin's eyes flashed with panic. Kainai waved to Yi Kang, who understood, covered his mouth, and went upstairs with a snicker. After Yi Kang disappeared from their sight, Kainai pushed Xiaonin to the wall. Half an hour later, Kainai was satisfied, and took Yi Kang upstairs. Only Xiaonin, who was lying limp on the spot with a flushed face, like a drunk beauty, was left. She whispered, "This damn bastard," and walked to the door of the residence. Kainai habitually released the shadow clone hidden in the dark, took out the key, and opened the door. What came into view was such a scene. Mrs. Makoto was cooking in the kitchen, and Kwan was teaching Kainai to read. Compared with Chinatsu, who had the ability to listen to the sounds of all things, and learned everything as easily as eating and drinking, her younger sister Kainai, who was more than a month younger than her, was obviously much more normal. Although she had a good talent for ninja, at least she was in the normal range. Seeing Kainai coming back, the three of them smiled. Kainai flew into Kainai's arms, and the latter picked up his daughter, and stood in a circle. After putting her down, Kwan took off her Akatsuki robe. Mrs. Makoto was still busy in the kitchen. But when they saw Yi Kang coming back, they instantly became uneasy. Kainai knew that there would be a bloody storm next. 3 days later, Kainai slept with them. At this time, the battle between Jiraiya and Pain finally broke out. Boom. The family of 5 who were enjoying lunch suddenly heard a roar from outside, and then the whole clock tower seemed to shake. If it weren't for the reinforcement of the barrier in this room, I'm afraid the ceiling would have collapsed. What on earth is this? The girls put down their bowls and chopsticks. They all looked in the direction of the vibration source. At this point, everyone lost interest in eating. It looks like a fight has already started. You stay at home first. I'll go over and take a look. Kainai stood up, slapped the ground with flames from his 5 fingers, and cast the Uchiha flame formation to protect the area where his suite was. Strangely, the extremely high temperature of the flame wall did not destroy the internal structure of the clock tower, as if it was embedded in the interior tightly. The title of the clock tower was not damaged. Kainai's figure flashed and disappeared in the room. Jiraiya, who was fighting with the animal path Pain, noticed the flame formation, and was shocked and cried out, "What is that?" "Of course it's a barrier, Jiraiya-sensei. It seems that our battle has affected the residence of that guy Kainai. That guy really values his family. It's time to work harder. Otherwise, when that guy comes out later, there will be no fun." Animal Path Pain sneered and summoned a huge Yatagarasu to swoop towards Jiraiya. "That's the Uchiha's flame formation. Is it really that guy Kainai? It seems that this is the only way to perform it." Jiraiya's expression became more and more solemn. He put his hands together and quickly dodged the attack of the Yatagarasu, while gathering the energy of the immortal. One man and one bird rushed out of the clock tower. While the animal path Pain and Jiraiya were fighting in a mess, Conan grew paper wings on his back and floated in the sky, watching everything below with an indifferent expression. "It looks quite lively." A leisurely voice suddenly sounded beside Conan's ear. Conan was startled. When did it appear? I didn't even notice it. The paper wings behind me fluttered, and dozens of paper shurikens mixed with detonating talismans suddenly shot out in the direction of the sound source. As expected, they missed. The paper shurikens fell on the Uchiha fire formation, making a series of roars. "Hey, are you trying to murder your husband?" Kainai's voice came from the other side. Xiaonan looked back, but saw that Kainai had lavender wings on his back, floating in the sky, parallel to himself. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he said coldly, "Who told you to appear behind me silently? Even if you were blown to death, you deserve it. You really don't understand romance." Kainai flew to Xiaonan's side and watched this battle of killing the master with him. His right hand quietly reached out to her palm that had turned into paper. "What are you doing?" Xiaonan glared at Kainai with a reproachful look. This guy shouldn't be planning to do that to himself in this state. "Nothing, I'm just curious about your ninjutsu. It's really an interesting ninjutsu to be able to turn your body into paper." Kainai couldn't let it go and played with it, thinking, "I just don't know what it would look like when I take off my clothes and turn into paper. I can try it when I have a chance." Xiaonan didn't pay attention to Kainai anymore. She knew that the more she paid attention to him, the more he would push his feet. Instead of doing that, it would be better to ignore him. Anyway, she had turned her body into paper, and the other party couldn't touch anything. While the two of them were getting tangled up, Jiraiya and Pain's battle had entered a white-hot stage. Overall, there was not much difference from the original. First, Jiraiya, with the help of the two big toad sages, used illusion to solve the three Pains, and then he was cut off one arm by Shirado. Finally, after catching the resurrected animal road, knowing that he would die, he still chose to explore Pain's information. As a result, he was undoubtedly stabbed into a hedgehog by the remaining 5 Pains headed by Shiandeo with a black stick. The only slightly different thing is that Jiraiya actually took out the kunai that Kainai left for Tsunade and asked Shenza to pass it to Tsunade. However, under the attack of Shirado's missiles, it slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. This is really a stubborn old man. Kainai watched the battle, sighed in his heart, and said hello to Xiaonan. "The battle is over. I should go back to have lunch." Then, at the moment when Shenza and Shenmue, the two toads, escaped by reverse summoning, he seized the opportunity and cast Flying Thunder God to the Flying Thunder God kunai that Jiraiya left for Shenza, and immediately put Jiraiya into the system warehouse, and he cast Flying Thunder God again, and left the sea. All of this was done almost in a critical moment. Pain Shiandeo leaned down, and when he found that he could not find Jiraiya's life breath, he thought that the other party was dead, so he left at ease. On the other side, Kainai had returned to his residence. "Dad, what's wrong with you? You're wet." Seeing Kainai coming back, all the girls in the house breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaokai and Hu asked, "Nothing, I just saved an old man." Xiangangju was activated, and Kainai's body was immediately evaporated by fire chakra. Then, in the stunned eyes of the women, he took out the dying Jiraiya from the system warehouse. He pulled out the black stick on his back, used the god-level medical ninjutsu to keep him alive, and then fed him senzu beans. "Ah, it hurts. Ah, I'm fine." This was the first sentence Jiraiya said after waking up. When he found that his left arm and throat, which were damaged by Shirado, were restored to their original state, his eyes were full of disbelief. He thought he had come to heaven. Until he saw Kainai, he realized that he was saved by the other party. "Of course I'm fine. If you are in trouble, I can't explain to Tsunade that tiger woman later." Kainai leaned against the wall with his arms folded, looking down at Jiraiya. He had sent several wives and children to their rooms, and he didn't want Jiraiya, the old pervert, to show his wife and children a lecherous look. What on earth is going on? Jiraiya pinched his face and groaned in pain. When he realized that he was not dreaming, his face suddenly showed disbelief. "Of course I saved you, otherwise do you think you can survive from pain in that situation?" Kainai asked without answering. "It seems to be the case." Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, thinking of Pain's 6 paths in his mind, and did not ask where he was. The smile on his face suddenly froze. "I'm sorry, Kainai, although I thank you for saving me this time, the most important thing at the moment is to return to Konoha. Deliver information While speaking, Jiraiya bit his finger, made seals with both hands, and wanted to perform summoning. However, he found that he could not condense chakra at all, and couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "What did you do to me?" "Nothing, just put some sealing techniques on you. Now you are a dead person in the outside world, and even if you go back now, what can you do?" Kanai said lightly. Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent, and then heard Kanai say, "Besides, don't you want to witness the end of your two disciples with your own eyes?" Kanai said, went up and knocked Jiraiya unconscious, and sent him to the system warehouse. PS. Please recommend votes, monthly votes, and subscriptions. Chapter 281, bringing Mrs. Mikoto and Shikumi with Takako. "Come out." Kanai shouted to the 3 rooms. "Kanai, what's the situation?" Hearing the shout, Quan, Yikang, Mrs. Mikoto and Kyanhua came out from the 3 rooms respectively. Since Yikang moved in, Kanai's room, which he had hardly lived in, was given to Yikang. Kanai himself took turns to spend the night in the rooms of the 3 wives. As for Kyanhua, she had always lived in the same room with Mikoto, but when Kanai wanted to live a happy life with Mrs. Mikoto, he would cast an illusion on her to let her sleep peacefully. It's been resolved. Now Jiraiya has been sealed in another space by me. I will release him after everything is settled. Just as an explanation to Tsunade, the tiger woman. At this point, Kanai turned his eyes to Mrs. Mikoto. "Madam, there is no time to lose. It is estimated that it will start soon over there. You go and get ready. We should set off." "I know." Mrs. Mikoto nodded heavily, her eyes slightly red. She knew that this would be the last time she saw her eldest son. "Dad, Mom, I want to go too." Seeing that her mother was also going out, Kyanhua was not happy and wanted to go with her. Mrs. Mikoto shook her head and said earnestly, "Be good, Kyanhua, we are not going out to play this time. You should stay at home with Aunt Kwan and Aunt Jikang. Wait for Mom and Dad to come back." Kyanhua looked at Kanai with a pleading look, and her big round eyes revealed innocence. Kanai smiled slightly, picked up Kyanhua, and said to Mrs. Mikoto, "It's okay, just let her go. There won't be any danger anyway. It's just right, so that Daisaozi can see his sister." That scene must be very interesting. At the same time, the place where Jiraiya fell was in ruins, with seawater and collapsed metal pipes and buildings everywhere. Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, is finally dead. If it weren't for that secret, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to win. He is worthy of being my former teacher. It's worthy of praise. Led by the heavenly path, except for the animal path, the only remaining 5 paths of pain stood on the collapsed metal pipes and watched. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that Jiraiya was actually your teacher. It's really a sick world. It's normal to bully your teacher and destroy your ancestors. Orochimaru killed the 3rd generation. Jiraiya killed Orochimaru, and then you killed Jiraiya. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded. With a bang, the smoke dissipated, and Kyanai appeared on the pipe opposite to Pain. "Do you have any objections?" Shiandeo Pain raised his eyebrows. "No, I don't. I'm just glad that I didn't accept Jiraiya as my apprentice. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have been killed in the last battle." Kyanai shook his head and pretended to be scared. Although he said so, his tone seemed so relaxed. "Kyanai-kun is really a joke. With your strength and the unfathomable chakra, even if Sasuke learns your technique, he can't be your opponent. I heard from Afei that the main Gekio was beaten so badly by you." A huge pitcher plant emerged from the wall of the building, revealing a half black and half white face. It was the voice of White Zetsu. Black Zetsu took over the topic, his voice as hoarse as ever. "Rather than saying it was miserable, it's better to say it was a one-sided crushing. But Kyanai, why didn't you kill Sasuke back then? He really wanted to kill you. That's not like your style, and you don't seem like someone who would care about Itachi's opinion." Kyanai spread his hands. "It's nothing. It's just that compared to the immature and simple Jiraiya, I hate that filial son who once wanted to kill me more." "You hate Itachi more." Zetsu recalled the night of the genocide in his mind, and nodded without comment. White Zetsu asked curiously, "But didn't you say that Itachi's strength was enough to defeat Sasuke?" "That's just the general situation. Who knows if there will be any accidents." Kayanai shrugged slightly, his eyes turned to Pain. But speaking of which, Pain, your strength should be more than that. Is it because Jiraiya is your teacher, and you want to give your teacher a decent face after his death, just like Orochimaru did to the third generation? What does this mean? Pain frowned. He felt that his dignity seemed to be challenged. Kayanai shook his head with a relaxed look on his face. No, it's nothing. I just simply feel that a ninja like you, in the current ninja world, no one can beat you single-handedly. Except for me. Of course. After all, this is the samurai that only the legendary Six Paths sage has. Black Zetsu praised undisguisedly on the side. At the same time, it also felt a little comforted in its heart. Although Black Zetsu has always regarded all members of the Akatsuki organization as pawns to revive his mother like Madara, Kayanai is the only exception. This is an uncontrollable guy. In just the first meeting, he saw through Obito's Kamu and prevented Izunagi's sudden attack after his resurrection. And he killed him twice in succession. If Obito Izunagi hadn't lasted long enough, I'm afraid the other eye would not be saved. In other aspects, there are no shortcomings in ninjutsu and taijutsu. The illusion is better than Obito's Manjaki. What's more terrifying is that it has the ability to kill souls. This is a major threat to anyone, even the mother who can be called the almighty god in its heart. Now that he heard Kayanai admit that he was not as good as Pain, how could he not feel at ease? At least, the samurai can suppress this guy, right? Forget about the flattery. Pain Shiandeo ignored you, glanced at Kayanai from the corner of his eye, and said indifferently, if you have this time, you might as well go to Yunlei Gorge to capture the Eight Tails, as soon as possible. Kayanai said indifferently, there is no rush for this. The Eight Tails is there. You can capture it anytime you want, and you haven't caught the Six Tails yet. Even if I capture the Eight Tails, you won't be able to complete the seal, but it will make the five great nations really pay attention to the Akatsuki organization. After all, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is the younger brother of the Raikage. With the character of the Raikage, it is possible that the Five-Cage Conference will be convened. At that time, the Akatsuki organization will face the five great nations at the same time. You don't want to face the five great nations at the same time without getting the Six Tails and the Nine Tails. After all, the Five-Cage joining forces is still something. Pain sneered, and did not deny it. Then Kayanai said, compared to capturing the Eight Tails, I'm more interested in another thing. What is it? Pain was a little surprised. Kayanai was speechless. Should we say that Nagato is indeed the biggest naive person in the original work, but he also has the attribute of a yandere. First, he was fooled by Obito and obeyed his lies full of loopholes. Then in the near future, he was persuaded by Naruto to perform the samurai reincarnation and resurrect the entire village of Konoha. TSK, it seems that he doesn't even know about the battle between Obito and Nejiru. Sixth brother, didn't you tell Pain? Nejiru and Obito are about to duel? Kayanai looked at Zetsu. This time it was the turn of the two Zetsu to be speechless. Thinking, we didn't tell you about this either. So he explained to Pain, Itachi's strength is enough to kill Sasuke, so we don't think it's necessary to say it. After all, Kayanai has tested Sasuke's strength. The final victory will belong to a Akatsuki. By then, Itachi will gain new power and better collect tailed beasts for the organization. Then let Itachi solve it quickly. Pain's tone was a little dissatisfied. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with Zetsu and Obito for hiding this matter from him, even though it was a trivial matter for him. I know, leader. I will urge Itachi as soon as possible. Zetsu chose to admit defeat. And Kayanai too. If you are interested in the battle over there, watch it and start to capture the eight-tailed beast. Pain said, and disappeared from the spot with the other four. Then we will leave too. Zetsu looked at Kayanai deeply, and the pitcher plant closed and slowly merged into the ground. Kayanai smiled and symbolically formed a seal with one hand and disappeared from the spot with a bang. It turned out to be a shadow clone. At the same time, Kayanai had brought Quan to her room. He was preparing to fuse Fugaku's Manjaki and bloodline for Quan. After receiving the news from the shadow clone, Kayanai felt that Nagato was stupid. He was just like a puppet who allowed Obito to be bewitched, without any opinion. What's wrong? Kwan said with some surprise when she saw that Kainai had not thrown herself on the bed. She thought Kainai had changed his nature. After all, she knew what kind of character Kainai was. Every time he pulled her into the room, he used the excuse of having something serious to do, but it turned out that he was not serious every time. What are you thinking about? Kainai gently knocked on Kwan's head with a knife, and the latter covered his head in pain. It hurts. This time I plan to fuse a new eternal manger key for you, so that you don't need to use senzu beams to recover every time you exercise your pupil power. Kainai said. Eternal manger key? Does that thing exist? I don't have any blood relatives who can open the manger key for me to fuse. Even if there is, I won't accept it. Over the years, Kwan has been training his pupil power under Kainai's guidance, and has been able to open to the 4th state of Susanoo. The pupil technique of both eyes has long been able to be used, but it also requires great risks. If she hadn't had the senzu beans, she would have become the first sickly Uchiha Itachi. Of course, remember I once told you how my Sharingan came about? Kainai began to lie. What he said to Tsunade and Yikang, he had also said to Kwan. It was Uncle Fugaku who used the pupil technique to transfer his bloodline to you before he died. Kwan nodded slightly and suddenly seemed to think of something and covered his mouth in surprise. Are you thinking? Kainai nodded. I plan to transfer Fugaku's manger key to you. No, absolutely not. Kwan refused without any hesitation. Although according to Kainai, after the bloodline was transferred out, it would not be blind, but would simply lose the ability to open the manger key. But he knew that Kainai was in danger outside and was wanted by various countries. One more ability means one more means of saving life. As for herself, the worst thing would be to crack senzu beans like before. Kainai advised, it's just transferring the manger key to you. It's not like I'm blind, and the Sharingan has little effect on me. What's more, other people's manger key is still other people's manger key. The one you open yourself is the most suitable for you. Is it really okay? Kwan was still a little hesitant. Although she was very tempted by the eternal manger key, it was nothing compared to Kainai. Of course. Kainai said, pressing his right hand on Kwan's head and silently chanting in his heart, system, let Kwan swallow Fugaku's manger key in blood. As soon as the voice fell, a golden light appeared in Kainai's palm and then sank into Kwan's body. Ding, swallowing is successful. After a while, Kainai's mind sounded a system prompt and Kwan fell asleep as if all his strength was drained. Kainai could clearly sense that Kwan's manger key and Fugaku's manger key pupil power were rapidly merging, and the chakra was also gradually increasing. Is this the fusion process of the manger kyo? The two Uchiha bloodlines are fused together. I'm afraid that once Izumi succeeds in the fusion, she may have the potential to open the complete Susanoo. After all, Izumi is not like Nezuzi, who lost his manger kyo after using it for a few days. Instead, he spent 7 or 8 years to refine it. Unlike Nezuzi, he relied on the gift of the 6 Paths Sage to open the complete Susanoo. Kainai smiled faintly, covered Izumi with a blanket, and left a shadow clone. Once it sensed someone approaching, the shadow clone would take the initiative to dissolve it, so that he could use Flying Thunder God to rush back to rescue. This is also his ultimate means to protect his wife and children. The barrier outside is just a surface effort. When he walked out of the room, Mrs. Mikoto was ready and changed into ninja clothes that she hadn't worn for a long time, and even Kainhua did the same. So fast? Mrs. Mikoto looked at Kainai with some surprise. She was ready to wait for 2 or 3 hours. After all, she had already experienced the strength of her little man. Am I that thirsty? I entered the room just to help Izumi solve the problem of the manger kyo. Kainai said speechlessly, do you need to mobilize so many troops, mother and daughter? I'm not taking you to war. It's better to take precautions before it happens. You also said that it's dangerous outside. At the critical moment, we can't hold you back. Ha ha ha. Mikoto, who has always been smart, was rarely confused and laughed awkwardly. Kainhua turned around and said to Kainai, hey, Dad, look at my clothes. I asked my mother to make this for me. Kainhua was wearing the same Konoha ninja vest as Mrs. Mikoto, and she also wore a Konoha forehead protector on her head. The pure black bow was put away. The bangs were parted in the middle. At first glance, she looked like a smaller version of Mrs. Mikoto. This forehead protector, it seems that even Mrs. Mikoto still misses Konoha. It's really beautiful, just like cosplay. Kanai squatted down and stroked his daughter's head. At the same time, he thought to himself, if that filial son dares to attack you, I will kill him with a knife. Why is that? Kanai pouted dissatisfiedly and acted coquettishly to Kanai. Obviously, I'm also very powerful. Kanai smiled but said nothing and turned to Yikang to give her a special Flying Thunder God kunai. At the same time, he left the Flying Thunder God mark on each of his women early, and then he left with Mrs. Mikoto and Kanai at ease. Chapter 282. Tsunade discovers the clue. Chinatsu vs. Obito. 2-in-1. Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Present were the Fukaza Toad who escaped from Bean's hands, and Shizune. After using reverse summoning to escape back to Mayaboki Mountain, the Fukaza Toad rushed back to Konoha as soon as possible and informed the process and result of the battle. This is what happened. Little Jiraiya died. How could it be? Shizune, who was holding Tunton, had her pupils suddenly shrink and covered her mouth in surprise. Tsunade half lowered her head, her eyes covered by shadows, and no one could see her expression. As for Tunton, who was held in Shizune's arms, she just let out a wail. Suddenly, the huge office fell into a dead silence. For a long time, there was a bang. The desk was smashed to pieces by Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. Shizune wanted to step forward to dissuade her, but saw Tsunade stand up and wave her hand violently. Where is the kunai? Didn't Jiraiya use the kunai I gave him? Faintly, Shizune seemed to see a trace of tears in the air. Kunai. Oh, you mean this one? The Toad was stunned for a moment and took out the Flying Thunder God Tray kunai from his arms. This is what little Jiraiya asked me to pass on to you before the final battle with Pain. Tsunade took the kunai tremblingly, as if all the strength in her body had been drained. She collapsed on the office chair, lying on her back, with dull eyes and mist blurring her eyes. She knew. Jiraiya must have realized that the enemy's strength was too terrible, worried that it would affect his man, and at the same time, made a decision to die. He chose to return the kunai to her. Suddenly, a sense of guilt arose. She owed Jiraiya too much. If Jiraiya had chosen to be the Hokage, then it would be her who should go to the Hidden Rain village this time. Tsunade-sama. Shizune on the side wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know what to say. She lowered her head and could only sigh helplessly. Although I don't know the meaning of this kunai, I hope you can cheer up. At the same time, Fukaza said, pulling off his cloak, revealing the secret code left by Jiraiya on his back before his death, and turning his back to Tsunade and the others. This is the information that little Jiraiya exchanged for his life. The secret code left by the child and his mother is not very clear, so I'll leave it to you. At the same time, I also brought a corpse of Pain, which will be handed over to you later. Shizune, take Lord Fukaza to the analysis class to hand it over. Research the information about Pain as soon as possible. This is what Jiraiya exchanged for his life. Tsunade stood up, walked to the window in a daze, and turned her back to Shizune and Toad. I know. Lord Fukaza, please follow me. Shizune looked at Tsunade deeply, a trace of heartache flashed across her dark eyes, and turned around, and took Fukaza Toad out of the Hokage's office. Tsunade was left standing alone in front of the window, tears silently falling from the corners of her eyes as she held the kunai tightly in her hand. After a long silence, she finally spoke and whispered, this idiot. Taking a deep breath, and hesitating for a while, Tsunade mustered up the courage to inject chakra into the special kunai that Kyla left for her to save her life. At this point, she didn't care about anything. Whether Kyla cheated, had affairs outside, or even had a harem, she could forgive him. She just wanted to ask Kyla for the information about the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Then avenge her best friend. For this, she would do anything. Even if Kyla couldn't stand up the next day, she would get information from him. However, man proposes, God disposes. After a long while, the Flying Thunder God special kunai didn't react. This puzzled Tsunade. Did Kyla lie to me? Is this kunai useless? No, it's impossible. That guy never jokes about his wife and children. then there is only one possibility. This Kyuubi has been used. Everything has its pros and cons. For example, this special Kyuubi that can connect with the practitioner by injecting chakra can only be used once. Once used, the mark on it will disappear. Hatsune raised her hand and found that the mark on it had indeed disappeared. The tears in her eyes disappeared and she was instantly shining. And there is only one person who can make the mark on this Kyuubi disappear. Could it be Kainai? Thinking of her little man's dark personality, Hatsune suddenly became clear and her mood was inexplicably smoother. If it was her little man, then Jiraiya might still be alive. Let's talk about two things. While everyone in Konoha thought that Jiraiya had sacrificed himself, Kainai had already brought Mrs. Mikoto and Kainhua to the original Uchiha family base. Kainai sneezed for no reason. Is someone thinking about him again? What's wrong, Dad? Kainhua raised her beautiful face and looked at her father. Nothing, I guess someone is thinking about me again. Kainai rubbed his slightly sore nose, holding Kainhua with his left hand and hugging Mrs. Mikoto with his right hand, looking at the Uchiha building in front of him. Let's go in, this is it. Nizuki is on the way, you don't have much time left. Mrs. Mikoto nodded heavily. Her eyes became more and more moist. Her palms and backs were all flesh. Now her eldest son and youngest son wanted to kill each other, but she was powerless to stop it. Any mother would find it hard to accept. At the same time, the Snake Squad and the Konoha ninjas led by Kakashi were all rushing here. Among them, the Snake Squad, because Donzo was captured by Chinatsu. Nizuki had to lead the only two remaining members of the Snake Squad, Chaogo and Mizuki, but on the way, they were blocked by Kasame. Wow, is this the snake team that fought against Mr. Kainai? I have to say, it is commendable that they were able to escape from a powerful ninja like Mr. Kainai. This was the first sentence that Kasame said after seeing Sasuke and his group. Upon hearing this, Najera frowned. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Kainai was indeed terribly strong. Considering that he was about to face Itachi, if possible, he did not want to waste chakra fighting Kasame. But Sasuke could endure it for revenge, but Kizuki behind him couldn't, and roared, "Hey, what do you mean? Are you provoking me? I know you." And the Same had a sword in your hand. So scary. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Manu's younger brother Sujetsu. The last time I saw you, you were still a kid. In a blink of an eye, you have grown up so much. Kasame grinned, revealing sharp saw teeth. But I'm not here to prepare for a fight. What do you mean? Nibashi finally spoke, staring at Kasame with his Sharingan. That's what I mean. From now on, please go alone. This is Itachi's order. Kasame stepped on the stone pillar in front of the Snake Squad's road, holding the Samehada sword in one hand, and said politely, "Others, can you wait here patiently? I see. Leading a team is originally to prevent someone from interfering with a one-on-one battle. This is just right." Nibashi said arrogantly. "Hey, Sasuke, are you crazy? It will be bad if you meet that monster Fujiwara Chiya again." Seeing that Hashira was planning to go alone, Sujetsu became anxious and suggested, "Why don't we rush up together and kill this troublesome guy first, and then go find Itachi to take care of him?" "Don't worry, Mr. Chiya is not here. He went back to the Akatsuki base to accompany his wife and children. After all, he values his family more than anything else," Kasame said. "But if you plan to break through by force, then I may not allow it." Accompany wife and children. Hashira, Sujetsu, and JGO were all shocked. Shuai said in disbelief, "No way, a guy who destroyed the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan, played around with the former high-ranking officials of Konoha and Orochimaru, and was so strong, would actually have such a side. I can't tell you this. If you dare to leak Mr. Kainai's information, even I will be killed by Mr. Kainai with a high probability. After all, Mr. Kainai, with his own strength, surpasses the Uchiha Mangeki Sharingan." There is another thing that Kasame didn't say, that is, in the entire organization, except for the leader and Konan, no one has ever seen Kainai's wife and children. You guys really like to keep people in suspense. Shuai slumped and spread his hands, with a look of dismay. "Okay, enough idle talk." Kasame held the Samehada sword in one hand, pointed at Najera, and said solemnly, "So Sasuke, what is your choice? Do you want to go through alone or lead the team?" to break through by force. JGO, Mizutsuki, you wait here. Najira didn't want to waste chakra on Kisame, so he left the sentence, jumped up, avoided Kisame's figure, and rushed to the Uchiha stronghold. In a few flashes, he disappeared from the sight of JGO and Mizutsuki. After the battle with Kanai, he knew the gap between the two. He also learned from Kanai that it would be difficult to defeat Itachi with his current strength. Although he didn't exert his full strength at that time, he didn't think Itachi would be stronger than him. But in order to prevent future troubles, he must be in the best condition to fight the man who slaughtered his entire family and parents. TSK, you are still acting on your own as always. Looking at the place where the two pillars disappeared, Sujetsu sighed, pulled out the beheading sword behind him, and pointed it at Kisame. Since that side is about to start, it's almost time for us to start. Kisame, I'll take your Samehada sword. Wow. You are such a shameless kid. The beheading sword in your hand should be given to you by Sasuke. Speaking of this beheading sword, it was Sasuke who exchanged it from Kanai with the call of dad. Well, let me see how much you have improved. As he spoke, Kisame waved the Samehada sword and rushed over. At the same time, Team 7 and Team 8 led by Kakashi and Yamato were also intercepted. And the one who intercepted them was Obito, who had not appeared for a long time. As for Deidara, after seeing the battle between Kanai and the two pillars, he knew the gap and went to study the so-called art. He said that he would never come out until he solved the problem of being restrained by the lightning release. This actually sweetened Obito's wishes, because after Itachi's death, the agreement not to attack Konoha was automatically cancelled, and he was going to show his hand with the identity of Uchiha Madara. The presence of Deidara, an explosive maniac, would not be conducive to his pretending to be cool. Oh no, it was not conducive to his showing his hand. Hello, everyone. Obito, wearing a red cloud and black robe, an orange spiral mask on his head, stood on a tree trunk, looking down, and greeted everyone in Konoha in an extremely funny way. Hey, hello, everyone. It's great to meet everyone from Konoha in a place like this, and it's 8 to 1, haha. Compared to Obito's heartlessness, Konoha was much more serious. Yamato looked up at Obito and said in a deep voice, looking at your outfit, you should also be a member of Akatsuki. Kakashi answered from the side, but according to the Akatsuki intelligence I got from Kabuto not long ago, he is not in Akatsuki. Haha. I'm a new member of Akatsuki. Please take care of me. Obito said heartlessly. Is that really the case? Chinatsu stepped forward and stood side by side with Kakashi and Yamato. She looked at Obito with interest and a meaningful smile on her face. Chinatsu, who has the voice of listening to all things, read the identity of the visitor through the voice of the heart as soon as she appeared. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's former best friend, saved by Uchiha Madara and resurrected. Metsunohara Rin was hit by Kakashi's Reikiri and turned black to open the Manjaki Sharingan. Obtained the space-time ninjutsu Kamu. The ability is pretending to be Uchiha Madara. He started the Nine-Tails Rebellion and joined hands with Itachi to slaughter Uchiha and used Akatsuki to complete the whimsical illusion of infinite moon reading. Perhaps because of seeing Kakashi, it took only a few seconds for Chinatsu to understand all the secrets of Obito. The smile on Chinatsu's face gradually became dangerous. She didn't care about Uchiha, and she could ignore other things. But was this guy the one who started the Nine-Tails Rebellion and killed Grandpa and Grandma? Although I don't know why my father has never killed this guy. But today, he must die. This guy seems to be the little kid that Kanai, the daughter of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, taught for a while. Obito was a little scalp numb when he saw Kanai's murderous eyes. For a moment, he felt like he had faced Kanai before. According to the information, this kid once defeated Itachi's elephant body alone, and defeated Kanai's shadow clone together with Uzumaki Karin, the disciple of the 5th Hokage. When he was 4 years old, he even defeated Sasuke. It must be treated with caution. Did you recognize me? But it seems that he still doesn't know that I'm his father's daughter. The smile on Chinatsu's face became more and more dangerous. She stepped forward, with her back to Kakashi and the others, and said nonsense seriously. Kakashi, Yamato, the ability of this guy in front of us is unknown. You stay here to support me, and I will test his ability. Once a flaw is revealed, don't hesitate at all, just kill him directly. Members of the Akatsuki organization will never surrender. I know. Then you'd better be careful. Kakashi and Yamato looked at each other, and they nodded heavily. Among the crowd, Chinatsu is the strongest, and with her unparalleled perception, there is really no one more suitable than her. Chapter 283. The filial son finally called me dad. Uchiha Base, Underground Building Center. Uchiha Itachi was wearing an Akatsuki robe, with his legs crossed. His right hand grasped the left hand that stretched out from the collar of the Akatsuki robe, and he sat on a stone chair with his eyes closed, looking relaxed and peaceful. A sound of footsteps came, and Daisaiozi slowly opened his eyes. My stupid Itoto. How far can you see with that pair of Sharingan? Sorry, you recognize the wrong person. I'm not your stupid Itoto. The footsteps approached, and a figure wearing the same red cloud and black robe walked out of the darkness. It was Kanai. Is it you? Daisaiozi's pupils shrank, and his face was no longer calm. He stood up and put on his clothes and asked in a deep voice, where is Sasuke? Don't look at me with that look. Whether it's you, Sasuke, or anyone else, if I want to kill, no one can survive from my hands. Kanai said. Anyone? Daisaiozi heard that he didn't seem to take the masked man and Pin seriously. Yes, anyone. Kanai nodded. So, are you here to meet us brothers for a decisive battle? Daisaiozi asked indifferently. Yes and no. To be precise, someone wants to see you before you die, and I brought her here. Kanai turned and looked at the entrance of the passage. Come in, madam, Kainha. As soon as the voice fell, two figures, one big and one small, walked out of the dark passage slowly, holding hands, revealing two similar beautiful faces. They were Madam Makoto and Kainha. Mother. At this time, Daisaiozi was almost blind, and his eyes were very blurry, but he still recognized his mother through the outline and chakra. The coldness on his face disappeared instantly, and all the words in his heart were stuck in his throat. For a moment, he was speechless. Itachi looking at her eldest son whom she had not seen for a long time. Mrs. Mikoto also shed tears. She let go of Chika's hand and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Kanai. The current day Takashi doesn't regard you as his real mother. I guess he thinks it's my illusion. If you get close, I might not be able to help but kill him. Sure enough, the moment Kanai's voice fell, Dai Takashi's face returned to coldness again, and he looked at Kanai. What on earth is going on? What else can it be? Just like on the night of the genocide, when you killed me and Izumi. In fact, you only killed crows. Kanai paralyzed and spread his hands. On the night of the genocide, after I wiped out the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, I went to see your father. Your father saw that I was not dead and even killed Sarutobi and Shimura, so he asked me to save your mother and take care of your brother in exchange for his bloodline, and he knew you would do something to me, so he asked me to spare your life. Hearing this, Daisaiozi suddenly realized and was convinced by Kanai's words. Indeed, with the other party's revengeful character, it was impossible for him to let him go after he killed him. Unless Daisaiozi turned his gaze to Kainha, Kanai's voice rang in his ears again. Yes, she is your sister. Her name is Fujiwara Chiya. She is your half-sister. It was your father who entrusted your mother to me. Kanai hugged Mrs. Mikoto with one hand and stroked Kainha's head with the other hand. Remember that I helped Nizuzi to call me father several times? Yes, I can indeed be called his father, and also your father. I'm your stepfather. In addition to letting you go and taking care of your brother, Fugaku also has a last wish, which is to revitalize Uchiha. He seemed to have seen that I liked your mother a long time ago. Therefore, before he died, he wrote a divorce letter. And perhaps because I lost my mother when I was a child, I have a great dependence on mature women, especially outstanding women like Mrs. Mikoto. And Madam, who has lost her husband, her clan, and can no longer see her youngest son, may be hunted down by you, a filial son, at any time. She also needs dependence. Just like that, we got together, after falling in love with each other over time. And the red envelope I gave you at the beginning was not for the child I gave birth to with Izumi, but for the child I gave birth to with my wife. If you think about it carefully, you should know that Izumi was so young at the time, and it was impossible for me to have a child with her at that age. After saying that, Kainai touched his chin, and a sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. This feeling of being a filial father was awesome, not to mention how sour it was. Mother, is this true? Did he force you? The filial son still didn't believe it, or didn't want to believe, that this guy who messed up the village he had protected with his life actually messed up his mother. Facing the questioning of this son who once wanted to kill her, Mrs. Mikoto didn't know whether she should be happy or shy. After a long silence, he nodded slowly, and replied with tears in his eyes, "No, Kainai is very good to me and Kainhua. So, you can rest assured." "Is that so? That's good." Daisaozi breathed a sigh of relief. He was a sinner, and owed a great debt to his mother. He had no right to interfere with his mother's freedom. Moreover, Kainai's emphasis on his family in the Akatsuki organization was obvious to all. Mother and sister, follow Kainai, not to mention anything else, at least, the second half of life, safe and worry-free. Thinking of this, Daisaozi actually bowed his head rarely, and bowed to Kainai. "Kainai, my mother, Sasuke, and my sister are in your care." Wow, it's really the sun rising from the west? You actually bow your head. But then again, until now, are you still unwilling to call me father? Kainai looked at Daisaozi playfully. Daisaozi's mouth twitched fiercely, but considering that he was asking for help, he lowered his proud head and said with difficulty, "Father, that's the way to say it. Don't worry, these are my own wife and children. If I don't treat them well, who will treat them well?" Kainai stroked Kainhua's little head. "Don't you think so, Kainhua?" Kainhua was a simple girl. She was not like Kainai and Daisaozi, who had their own thoughts. When she heard her father calling her, she responded, "Yeah. Okay, Suzy will be here soon. You don't have much time left. The yin-yang escape product hiding in the dark has been hit by my illusion, and can't see me, Mrs. Mikoto, and Kainhua. As for Suzy, I will go outside, to stop him for a while." Kainai turned his back to Daisaozi, and glanced back at the latter. "Next, you have half an incense stick of time, to reminisce about the past. This is for the sake of Mrs. Mikoto and Kainhua, otherwise I would have killed you long ago. There is one more thing. I know you love to scheme against others. I hope you will be careful. I have left a backup plan for Mrs. Mikoto and Shika. If you dare to do anything to them, or do anything to them, not only will you die, but I will also not let go of your brother who you have tried so hard to protect, even at the cost of killing your father and mother, and exterminating your entire clan. You should know that I have the ability to do so. Letting you die in the hands of your own brother with your dying body is my last kindness to you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Chinatsu and Obito's Fatal Battle, Infinite Reversals. I understand, thank you. Obito closed his eyes. This time, his thanks before parting came from the heart. I hope you can do what you said. Kainai still did not look back, leaving this sentence and disappearing into the darkness. At the same time, Konoha Ninja and Obito on the battlefield. Kyangsha imitated Kainai's appearance, symbolically made a seal, and the lightning on his right hand surged, rushing towards Obito. I actually rushed over from the front. Was I underestimated? Thinking so in his heart, facing Kyangsha's attack, Obito did not take it to heart, still looking funny, with a weird posture. Oh, it's actually a Chidori like Sasuke-kun, so dangerous. Obito has absolute confidence in his Kamu. Although Kyangsha has received guidance from Kainai, but that was just out of interest. Knowing that this cruel ninja world is impossible for Kainai to really accept a disciple. Even Kainai at the beginning relied on illusions, and succeeded when he was careless. Moreover, he did not completely understand the weakness of his Kamu. Otherwise, he would not have executed the orders of the Akatsuki organization when he had that kind of strength. He was willing to place his wife and children in the Akatsuki organization. This was completely because he was afraid of his Kamu and Pin Samzurai. This is what Obito thought. Little did he know that his thoughts had already been read by Chinatsu. When she was less than 3 meters away from the tree trunk where Obito was, Chinatsu raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of her mouth, jumped up, and the Chidori in her palm, with a shrill cry, stabbed at Obito. Ah, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Obito seemed to be at a loss and barely avoided Chinatsu's attack, but he didn't forget to say, "I'm kidding." But Chinatsu seemed not to hear his trash talk, and kept waving the Chidori in her hand to stab. Obito jumped left and right while dodging. During this time, Obito kept using trash talk to interfere with Chinatsu, intending to shake her. But Chinatsu remained indifferent, quietly waiting for the other party to reveal a flaw in the materialization. Relying on the prediction of the observation haki, Obito was almost unable to resist. It was obvious that Chinatsu's observation haki had surpassed Obito's Sharingan's insight. Facing repeated setbacks, Obito gradually became impatient. After dodging Chinatsu's attack with a hollow transformation, he kicked Chinatsu off the tree trunk and scolded her in a rude tone. "Don't underestimate me, little brat. You can't do anything." As soon as Obito finished speaking, there was a puff, and a blue light blade pierced his chest. Looking at Chinatsu again, it was unknown when it turned into smoke and dissipated. It turned out to be a shadow clone. When did it happen? Obito covered his pierced chest. Because he was too shocked, his voice turned into the voice he usually used when pretending to be Uchiha Madara. From beginning to end, he had never seen Chinatsu make a hand seal. At this moment, Obito finally recalled the feeling when he fought with Chiya, and all his actions seemed to be seen through. Chinatsu held the Chidori spear in her right hand and lifted Obito into the air, talking nonsense in a serious tone. "Of course I performed it when you were dodging my attack and had your back to me. And after the battle just now, I have already tested your ability. Those attacks that could not be avoided at all were not because you dodged them at all, but because you virtualized the attacked part of your body just before the attack arrived. And then when attacking, you materialize again. I have to say, it is a very tricky ability. I have been waiting patiently for the moment of your attack. Do you know why Kainai taught me in the first place? Because I'm a genius, the only genius who can surpass him in talent and combat IQ. She would never tell the other party that she did not need to make hand seals to perform shadow clones, and even her attacks were done by reading the other party's mind to confirm that the other party was not prepared and materialized before launching a fatal blow. I see. It seems that Chiya has indeed created a formidable enemy for Akatsuki. It's a pity for someone like you to become an enemy. Obito spoke with difficulty. Although he said so, the corners of his mouth under the mask were raised. With Chiya's previous experience, he had already used Ai's energy the moment he realized something was wrong. The reason why he was talking nonsense to Chihiro was just to get information. Next, she can use Ai's energy's invincibility time of more than 10 minutes to kill this threat in the cradle in advance. Otherwise, when she really grows up, she will definitely be a disaster. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing Obito's thoughts, Chihiro raised the corner of her mouth, and the little hand that released the Chidori sharp spear exerted a little force. Obito was split in half. Then he fell, and the blood stained the ground red. Chihiro, you killed that Akatsuki member just like that? Seeing Obito's body was split in two, the ninjas of Konoha widened their eyes, all with disbelief on their faces. You know, just now this mysterious masked man, but played a trick on all of them. It seems that it's over. In the situation just now, there is no possibility of shadow clones or substitution techniques. Kakashi pulled down the left half of his forehead protector to cover the Scarlet Sharingan and sighed in his heart. What a scary little girl. Perhaps only she can defeat that guy Fujiwara Chiya. With a strong sense, Karen nodded in agreement. The chakra of the masked man has indeed disappeared. Chinatsu didn't care about the shock of the crowd. She pretended to be possessed by a spirit of drama and turned to look at the people under the tree trunk, urging, "Okay, everyone, don't waste time. The body of this Akatsuki member will be dealt with later. Let's go over there quickly. The battle over there is about to start." At the moment Chinatsu turned around, Obito, who performed Daisunagi's resurrection, appeared behind her strangely. With a puff, Obito's kunai pierced into the back of Chinatsu. Looking at the body on the ground that was split in two, it disappeared strangely. Little girl, I admit that you are indeed a genius, but you are still too naive. If it were Kainai, she would not fall for this trick. Obito stood behind Shinatsu, his Sharingan under the orange spiral mask was bleeding, and it looked particularly bright. Things turned around too quickly, and everyone in Konoha, including Kakashi, had no time to react. They wanted to rescue, but it was too late. Just when everyone in Konoha was desperate and filled with anger and wanted to avenge Chinatsu, Chinatsu's voice suddenly rang out. Really? Then I will return this sentence to you as it is. With a bang, things turned around again. Chinatsu turned into a wooden stake, and he came behind Obito and used a kunai to pierce his heart. Chapter 285. Obito is being killed. This brat. Obito cursed inwardly, and his previous calmness and composure were no longer there under the mask. He let Chinatsu's kunai pierce his heart, and asked in a deep voice, I don't think I left any flaws. How did you see through my fake death? Obito's eyes energy lasted for more than 10 minutes. At this moment, less than a minute had passed, so he was not in a hurry. Chinatsu originally wanted to delay time until Obito's eyes energy was exhausted. Seeing that the other party was not in a hurry, she naturally did not rush either, and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Of course it started when I saw your Sharingan. Don't forget my identity, the daughter of the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Speaking of which, I have to thank you Akatsuki. The matter of Danzo's transplantation of the first generation cells and Sharingan was exposed by Fujiwara Chiya of your Akatsuki organization. My mother, as the granddaughter of the first generation Hokage, naturally could not tolerate this, so she decided to take compulsory measures against Danzo. Who knew that Danzo received the news in advance, and in order to escape sanctions, he defected before the order was issued. But the monk can escape the temple. Due to the rush, the roots under his hands were left behind. The roots record various secrets, which are naturally included. Among them is a forbidden technique called Eyes Energy. At the cost of sacrificing a Sharingan, within a certain period of time, the damage suffered by oneself will be transformed into illusions, and the attacks launched by oneself will be transformed into reality. It can be said that without knowing the information, it is almost an unsolvable technique. Since you have the Sharingan, then I naturally have to take this factor into consideration. Otherwise, do you think I would just come and join the battle so easily? The people of Konoha under the tree trunk were horrified. They did not expect that the Uchiha clan actually had such a secret. Only Kakashi was confused. As an elite jonin of Konoha and a disciple of the 4th Hokage, it was almost certain that he would become the next Hokage. When he raided Danzo's lair, he was ordered to lead the team secretly. How come he didn't remember what he found? Eyes Energy. PS. In fact, it had been taken away by the protagonist a long time ago. Danzo, that bastard. Obito recalled Danzo's lifeless and gloomy face in his mind, and laughed in anger. Ha 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 ha. Another of the 4 laughing heroes of Uchiha was born in advance. What are you laughing at? Chinatsu was possessed by the spirit of drama, frowned, and asked knowingly. Obito stopped laughing. I see. You are indeed the daughter of the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Whether it is ninjutsu or taijutsu, as well as the control of timing, you are all excellent. And just now, when you were fighting with me, you were able to look into my Sharingan without being affected by illusions. It seems that you have a strong immunity to illusions. No wonder that guy Chiya, who is full of evil taste, would take a fancy to you. But, you are still too young. While speaking, Obito's body turned into a phantom and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chinatsu. The space in his right eye was distorted, and a strong suction force burst out. He wanted to use Kamu to suck Chinatsu into another space. However, Obito didn't know that Chinatsu had already seen through his thoughts. At the moment, when he appeared and launched Kamu, he launched Chidori Sharp Spear first. The light blue lightning blade pierced Obito's body again. Kamu lost the support of Obito's chakra and stopped instantly. How is this possible? Obito could no longer remain calm. This was the first time he used Kamu's space teleportation in front of everyone in Konoha, but unexpectedly, it was so easy to be cracked by a little girl. Chinatsu kept stimulating Obito's sensory nerves. Don't waste your energy. I just said that your ability is to materialize when launching an attack. The time-space ninjutsu, just now that is similar to Kakashi's left eye is naturally included in it. Also, you seem to have misunderstood something. The reason why Fujiwara Chiya taught me ninjutsu was not entirely because of your talent. It's because I have the same excellent chakra and perception as him. After saying that, Chinatsu waved Chidori to split Obito into again. Without waiting for Obito's body to turn into a phantom and disappear, Chinatsu threw several kunai in the 3 o'clock direction with her other hand. As soon as Obito's figure turned into a phantom and disappeared, before he could turn into a virtual after resurrection, he was hit by the kunai shot in advance, accurately hitting his vitals. Chiksha shouted to the people of Konoha, "Everyone, I have fully understood his ability. Next, I tell you to attack where you want to go. Do not hold back. I will tell you where he will be resurrected." Kakashi and the others nodded and looked at Obito again with a playful look. Obito's scalp was numb when Kakashi and the others looked at him. Next, it will be the highlight moment for everyone in Konoha. You are unlucky to meet my precious daughter. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Outside the Uchiha base, with the perception of observation haki, Chiya had a clear understanding of the battle situation on Obito's side. While gloating in his heart, he looked towards the direction of the woods in front and chuckled. "Come out, my son." Swish, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Uchiha rushed out of the woods and landed 30 meters away from Kanai. With his right hand in the posture of drawing his sword, he asked solemnly, "Why are you here?" Of course, Kanai stepped forward, but before he could finish his words, Uchiha seemed to have seen a ghost and retreated dozens of meters faster than when he came. Kanai was stunned and stopped, thinking that it seemed that the last battle had left an indelible shadow in Uchiha's heart. "Don't worry, just like I'll let Orochimaru go repeatedly, because I was curious about who would win between you and Orochimaru. I'm also curious about the ending between you and Aizaozi, so I will not interfere with the battle between you and Aizaozi." Uchiha obviously didn't believe Kanai's nonsense, and still kept the posture of drawing his sword, with his Mangeki Sharingan open, staring at Kanai intently, fearing that the other party's figure would disappear from his sight. Kanai did not explain too much. The reason why he appeared here was just to let Mrs. Mikoto take a closer look at her terminally ill Aizaozi who had one foot in the coffin. He looked up and down at Najira's kaleidoscope again, and suddenly remembered that in the original book, when Najira fought against Aizaozi, there seemed to be no kaleidoscope, and evil taste suddenly surged in his heart. Since Aizaozi is already dead, it is better to let Najira take another beating. Thinking of this, Kanai showed Najira a malicious smile. PS. First update, please recommend on monthly votes. Chapter 286. The stepfather is worried about his 2 stepsons. What do you want to do? Uchiha felt a little numb when Kanai saw him. If possible, he really didn't want to face this guy. But Uchiha Itachi was close at hand. He had been working hard for many years just to kill Aizaozi. At this point, he had lost too much. If possible, he didn't want to give up this opportunity. "Don't worry, I said I won't interfere with the fight between you and Aizaozi, but..." Uchiha wanted to vomit blood. What he feared most was that this guy said "but." After using the Mangeki last time, you should also understand its side effects. The more you use it, the greater the burden on your body, and you will also face the risk of blindness. I guess your eyesight has declined a lot now. So what? Uchiha frowned, not knowing what Kanai was up to. No matter what, Kanai walked up to Uchiha with a smirk on his face. "What do you want to do?" Uchiha was completely panicked and subconsciously wanted to escape, but his eyes went black. When he reacted, Kanai's hand had already pressed his head. Nibashi felt dizzy, and the 6-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo quietly degenerated into 3 Megatama. It was not until Kanai let go that he regained his consciousness. "What did you do to me?" Nibashi asked, and because he was too scared, even his breathing became rapid. Kanai replied, "Of course I helped you seal the Mangekyo. In your current situation, the Mangekyo will only make you lose your composure, just like last time, because you relied too much on the Mangekyo and had almost no combat intelligence. Besides, I'm also very curious, can you kill that Aizaozi without relying on the Mangekyo?" Daisarozi is in there now. As for whether you want to go in or not, it all depends on you. Leaving this sentence, Kanai symbolically made a seal with his right hand, and with a bang, the smoke dissipated, and he himself disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the underground space inside the Uchiha base. At this time, Mrs. Mikoto seemed to have returned to the time when Daisarozi was young, and she confided her own experiences over the years. Occasionally talked about Daisarozi's childhood. Daisarozi listened quietly, with a smile on his face from beginning to end. Kyanha listened quietly, as if she was listening to a story, and looked at her half-brother with curiosity. From the conversation, Daisarozi learned that his mother had lived a happy life these years. Really happy. He felt much more at ease. He completely recognized Kyanha as his stepfather. But the more Daisarozi did this, the sadder Mrs. Mikoto was, and she recalled every bit of the past in her mind. She was very upset that she did not lead her son to the right path, and thus went to extremes. At the same time, she forced him to tell her that he was suffering from a terminal illness and was about to die. Seeing that her eldest son was about to die at the hands of her youngest son, in order to atone for his sins, Mrs. Mikoto, as a mother, was so heartbroken. She didn't even notice that Kyanha had arrived, and tears flowed down. Mrs. Mikoto didn't notice it, but Kyanha did. She threw herself into Kyanha's arms affectionately, which woke Mikoto up from her painful memories. "I'm sorry, Kyanha, I said too much by mistake." Mrs. Mikoto wiped her tears, looked at Daisarozi deeply again, and said with a forced smile, "Sasuke should be here soon, let's go back." Kyanha nodded, put his other hand on Mrs. Mikoto's neck, and said softly, "Finally, is there anything else you want to say?" Mikoto turned around. "Itachi, it's great to see you again in the end." After that, Kyanha took Mrs. Mikoto and Kyanha, and disappeared into the underground space. At this time, the footsteps of Nihuzi came from the dark passage. "Me too, mother." Daisarozi wiped his tears, sat back in his original position, put on a calm and composed look, and said to Nihuzi in the passage, "How far can your pair of Sharingan see? I saw the date of your death." Nihuzi walked out of the darkness, staring at Daisarozi with his 3 Magatama Sharingan. After sending Mrs. Mikoto and Kyanha back to the Hidden Rain village, Kyanha comforted Mrs. Mikoto again. When he rushed back to the Uchiha base again, Daisarozi had already started the illusion duel with Nihuzi. "Make way, make way." Kyanha's body merged into the stone ceiling, and he said to Zetsu, who only showed a black and white face, "Kyanha." White Zetsu was shocked. "This is the Mayfly technique. When did you come? Don't get me wrong, this is not the Mayfly technique, but an extreme use of the change of the nature of Earth attribute chakra. It is perfect for watching the battle." Kyanha curled his lips and asked knowingly, "By the way, where is that guy Afeni? Didn't he come to such a lively event?" "Afeni is intercepting Konoha's ninjas now." Black Zetsu looked at Kyanha with fear, and answered in a hoarse voice. Then White Zetsu added, "But it seems that Afeni is in big trouble now." "Oh, is it my little apprentice?" Kyanha pretended to sense it, and said with a hint of playfulness, "Yeah, that little girl is so powerful that she even forced out Afeni's eyes energy. She is just as powerful as you were back then." White Zetsu said heartlessly. Black Zetsu was worried that White Zetsu would leak information about Obito, so he quickly shouted, "White Zetsu, shut up." While the two were talking, Obito Takashi had already finished his illusion duel with Najiro. The shuriken competition began. "Strange." Black Zetsu, a war correspondent, exclaimed. "What's wrong?" White Zetsu asked curiously. "Until now, Sasuke has not had the Manjaki Sharingan. Even when facing Itachi's strongest illusion, at Tsukuyomi, he never used it. Is it because he disdains to use it?" Black Zetsu asked in confusion. "It's amazing. He can break Itachi's Tsukuyomi without the Manjaki. It seems that this battle is indeed Sasuke's victory." White Zetsu started to brag without thinking. Kyanha never paid attention to them from beginning to end, but just watched the battle between the two brothers below quietly. Perhaps because the level of the battle has surpassed them by too much, he suddenly felt a sense of boredom. At this time, Obito, who was intercepting a ninja from Konoha, finally couldn't resist the destruction of the ninjas from Konoha under the command of Chihiro. After confirming that, no matter where the resurrection point is chosen, it will be sensed by Chiharu. Using the weakest of the Konoha ninjas as a breakthrough point, when Izunagi's duration is exhausted, he escaped from the opponent's Yatangaya at the cost of an arm. In order to prevent the Konoha ninjas from interfering with his plan, after escaping the encirclement, Obito used Kami to teleport to the Uchiha stronghold. He set up a barrier on the periphery, the Uchiha fire array, to separate the entire Uchiha stronghold from the outside world. Chapter 287, Uncle Snake dies in the background. At this time, the battle between the two pillars and Obito has reached a white-hot stage, from indoors to outdoors. The ceiling of the Uchiha stronghold building was pierced by them. Uchiha Itachi's figure was the first to rush out from the pierced ceiling, as if he was afraid of killing a Toto. From 5 seals per second to 1 seal per 5 seconds, and slowly cast a great fireball in the air. The two pillars who were chasing him also cast a great fireball to deal with it. Watching the battle between the two, Obito, who had just cast the Uchiha fire formation, knew that Itachi was letting it go, and no matter what, this battle would be destined to be Sasuke's victory. It's really embarrassing, Mr. Madara. Oh no, Afahi. At this moment, Kainai's teasing voice suddenly sounded beside Obito's ears. With the broken sleeves of his left hand flying, Obito tilted his head and saw Kainai's figure slowly rising from the ground. At the same time, there was also a rising Zetsu. Obito snorted coldly and said proudly, "If I hadn't been seriously injured in the Battle of the Valley of the End, and my strength has not yet recovered, how could I let those people from Konoha be so arrogant? Pretend. You keep pretending." Kainai despised in his heart, but on the surface he still didn't show it. That's right, how could Uchiha Madara, who was as famous as the first generation of Naruto, and was known as the Shura of the ninja world, be so powerful? In this case, it makes sense. To be honest, people like me who like to join in the fun are looking forward to how powerful Uchiha Madara was in his prime. Then you just wait and see. Obito replied in a deep voice. Kainai's strength has exceeded his control in his eyes, and even a little girl he trained casually is so difficult. He is already impatient to collect the 9-tailed beasts, to revive the 10 tails, and become the second 6-path sage. Afahi, the group of people from Konoha are coming. What are you going to do? Black Zetsu didn't know what Obito was thinking. He just sensed that the group of people from Konoha were approaching and warned him. While talking, he didn't forget to look at Kainai. With this guy here, it seems that the group of people from Konoha are not a big deal. Sixth brother, don't look at me like that. I just came here to watch the battle. You have to deal with your own opponents. I don't think you want to see your Lord Madara's reputation ruined in an instant. Kainai said playfully. Black Zetsu was speechless for a moment, and White Zetsu sneered with gloating. Afahi, it seems that you are really underestimated. Humph, you don't need to worry about it. Obito snorted coldly, and the 5 fingers of his remaining left hand rose with red flames, and then slapped them down. Uchiha fire formation. In an instant, a huge flame rose from the ground around the Uchiha base, and then surrounded it in a circle. In the blink of an eye, a huge barrier was formed. Wow, Uchiha flame array, this is a bit like Uchiha Madara. Kainai shrugged slightly. At the same time, the brothers Daisaozi and Nizuzi who were fighting, were also attracted by the Uchiha flame array. They looked in the direction of Kainai and the other two. After discovering Kainai, they subconsciously thought that it was a barrier released by Kainai. They ignored it and continued to fight. In the distance, they saw a giant barrier suddenly rising. The two groups of people from Konoha and Snake Team stopped their pace and the fight for Samehada at the same time. What is that? Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi and Shino, the only one among the rest of Konoha who had seen Kainai use the Uchiha flame array, and Naruto, all recalled the scene of Kainai using that move during the Chunin exam in their minds. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they were all shocked. It can't be wrong, that movies. Shino tilted his head to look at Kakashi and swallowed hard. Well, Kakashi turned around and said to everyone, since you appear there, it seems our mission ends here. Why? Naruto was very unwilling, as Sasuke was obviously right in front of him. This is the Uchiha clan's fire array. Kakashi explained patiently, a technique that transforms the chakra in the 5 fingers into fire, to create a fire barrier around the target. The hellfire, amplified by the earth as a catalyst, will burn along the way along with the trace amount of chakra released by the caster. Those who are close to the protected target will be burned to death. The high heat generated by this technique is so high that even threats at the level of the tailed beasts cannot touch it. It is called the Hellfire Protective Wall. Naruto, I believe you have seen this move before, so I don't need to say more about who the caster is. At this point, Kakashi paused, pulled down the left half of his forehead protector, covering his Sharingan, and added slowly, yes, it's Fujiwara Chiya. The strength of that guy cannot be defined by common sense at all. If you go there, Ashley, your entire army will be wiped out, especially you as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Naruto. How could this happen? Naruto's pupils were dilated, and he was extremely unwilling, which made his respiratory system almost collapse. He grabbed his neck with his right hand, and knelt on the ground, almost suffocating. Naruto. Kakashi hurried forward, and stroked Naruto's back. Take a deep breath, relax, take a deep breath. It took a long time for Naruto to catch his breath. Inozuka Kiba, Shino, Yamato and others were very concerned about Naruto, but only Chinatsu, Karen and Hinata faced the direction of Uchiha's flame formation. Hinata opened her Byakugan and looked at Chiya standing with Obito and Zetsu, with a hint of worry in her pure white pupils. Chinatsu and Karen looked surprised, because in their perception, the chakra emitted by the barrier was not released by Chiya at all, but from the masked man. Chinatsu turned back and said to Kakashi, Kakashi, that barrier was not released by Kanai. The chakra nature changes emitted from it are more like that of the masked man who was beaten to a pulp by me. Karen on the side nodded in agreement, and then heard Kakashi say, is that guy Fujiwara Kanai there? Out of selfishness, the two girls shook their heads, and Karen said, Kanai. Fujiwara Kanai has the ability to shield chakra perception. We did not sense her chakra, so we cannot rule out the possibility that he is there. Hearing this, Kakashi had a headache again. Although he didn't want to give up this mission, he always put the lives of his companions first in his heart. He turned his eyes to Hinata and asked again, Hinata, use your Byakugan to explore. If Fujiwara Kanai is there, for the safety of Naruto and everyone, as the captain of this operation, I can only announce that I will give up the mission. Brother Kanai will not hurt everyone. Hinata's words are self-evident. Kanai is indeed there, but she can guarantee that Kanai will not hurt everyone. This could not help but attract the suspicious eyes of the others except Chinatsu. Especially Karen, with those red eyes. She wanted to see through Hinata, and whispered in her heart, so suspicious. Did Master Kanai betray me? Oh no, did he betray Teacher Tsunade? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Hinata's pretty face quickly climbed a layer of blush, knowing that this matter could not be concealed. So she told her about Kanai's past with her. Of course, she didn't tell her that Kanai promised her to quit the Akatsuki organization, because she was worried that Kanai would be in danger once the Akatsuki organization knew about it. In addition, many details were concealed, such as Kanai's occasional physical examination of her in the past 3 years, and the stories that Kanai and Teacher Han had to tell. After listening to it, everyone seemed to have opened up a new world, and subconsciously blamed Hinata for Kanai's repeated letting go of Konoha ninjas. They believed that Kanai repeatedly spared Konoha because of his consideration for Hinata. The only exceptions were Karen and Chinatsu. Karen was mad, with tears of envy and jealousy in her eyes. She looked Hinata up and down, and cried in her heart, why is this guy so lucky to meet Master Chiya in his Shota period, and he's still so big? And Chinatsu sighed helplessly, thinking to herself, well, now I have another stepmother, and she's still so big, almost as big as my mother. I'm really sorry for hiding it from everyone for so long. But Brother Chiya is really not a bad person. Hinata bowed to everyone and apologized. After hearing this, Naruto cheered up again, slowly stood up, and murmured, is that so? Hinata, you're right. Brother Chiya is not a bad person. Let's go. We must get Sasuke back today. As he spoke, Naruto gathered his chakra under his feet, and he swept up the tree trunk, and continued to rush towards the Uchiha base. Looking at Naruto's figure going away, Kakashi and others had no choice but to follow him. On the other side, after seeing the flame formation, Jeijio and Sujetsu also wanted to go over to support, but were stopped by Kasame. When Kakashi and his party arrived, the battle between the two pillars and Obito had reached the final moment. The two pillars stood at the highest point of the building, holding the Chidori in his hand, pulling each other with the lightning and the dark clouds in the atmosphere, looking down at Obito who was vomiting blood crazily because he could not contain his illness. And Chiya, Obito, and Zetsu were standing not far away. Isn't this the move that Chiya performed last time? I didn't expect Sasuke to have learned a little bit of the essence. Looking at the lightning that continued to gather in the sky, Zetsu controlled the pitcher plant to merge into the ground and said to Chiya, "He seems to have regarded us as a target too. Chiya, what are you going to do?" It did not ask Obito, because with Obito's Kamu ability, it was enough to ignore all physical attacks within 5 minutes. It doesn't matter, just watch. Chiya stood there and didn't care. Kakashi also recognized the ninjutsu of the second pillar. He recalled the earth-shattering move of Kainai in his mind. He stopped when he was about to use Kamu to open the barrier. "Teacher Kakashi, use your eye technique to open the barrier quickly." Seeing Sasuke at the highest point of the dome, Naruto was particularly excited, as if he had seen a long-lost lover, and urged him in a hurry. "Not now." Kakashi shook his head solemnly. "Do you remember the move that Kainai used some time ago?" "What?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and noticed the lightning gradually gathering in the sky. "Yes, the ninjutsu that Sasuke is performing now is likely to be the same as the one that Kainai used back then. If we go in rashly, I'm afraid we will all be affected and all will be wiped out," Kakashi said in a deep voice. "What about Kainai, brother?" Hearing this, Naruto looked at Kainai standing next to Obito in the barrier, and a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. While the few people were talking, the lightning in the hands of the second pillar had already taken shape. Is this how Fujiwara Chiya felt back then? At this moment, Najera felt full of pride. In the past, others would say that the sky was clear and the rain had stopped, and Najera felt that he was good again. Now the sky was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain was falling. Although no matter what ninjutsu he created, Chiya had already created it. But, on the contrary, Najera felt that he could kill 4 members of the Akatsuki organization, including Takako and Chiya, at one time. "Itachi, I have gained strength. You will die here if you come here with hatred. And Chiya, I will never forget the indelible humiliation you have left me. Now it is time for you to accept revenge." Najera did not dare to say the latter sentence out of concern. Because as the creator of this move, Najera was worried that this move would not kill Chiya. If Chiya took advantage of the situation and tricked him again, he would not be able to bear it. Thinking of this, Najera no longer hesitated and did not even call the name of the ninjutsu. He directly gathered the lightning into the shape of a unicorn and threw it below. Boom. Thunder roared, and the sound of buildings exploding sounded at the same time. The huge Uchiha stronghold building disappeared in an instant. The ground was covered with rubble, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Obito and Zetsu slowly drilled out of the ground. Obito was lying in the rubble, and his Akatsuki robe disappeared completely. As for Kainai, he stood in the same place from beginning to end. A circle of invisible light shield protected him, and the ground under his feet. The light shield could vaguely see arcs flashing. At first glance, it was like Kainai standing on the pillar, with a normal expression and calm. "Damn, can't I hurt him?" The second pillar stood in the rubble opposite to Obito, looking at Kainai standing proudly on the earth pillar, and his heart was full of unwillingness. It was not until he saw Obito falling on the opposite side that he felt a little comforted. At least, he killed the enemy who killed his parents and clansmen. The lightning in his hand gradually disappeared, and the Sharingan closed automatically. The chakra of the second pillar was exhausted, and he could no longer support it. With a plop, he knelt weakly on the ground. Just when he thought that Daisaiozi was dead, Daisaiozi suddenly climbed up. At the same time, a huge red skeleton appeared around him. The skeleton slowly condensed into shape, then grew skin, and finally put on the armor of Karasu Tengu, turning into a half-body giant holding a shield in the left hand and a flaming giant sword in the right hand. "This is my last trump card," Susanoo, which can only be opened when the main Gekkai Sharingan awakens both eye techniques at the same time. Sasuke, it's a pity. If your main Gekkai Sharingan was not sealed, it might be able to be opened, but it's too late now. That should be your last ninjutsu just now. If you still have it, don't hesitate to use it. Being in the center of Susanoo, until this moment, Daisarozi did not forget to explain the ability of the main Gekkai to the second pillar in a dramatic way. At the same time, it was also to induce Orochimaru to come out. Poor Uncle Snake turned into the Yamato no Orochi. As soon as he appeared, before he had a chance to show off, he was sealed by the filial son's 10-fist sword. Chapter 288 Obito Showdown. That legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, is dead. Seeing Orochimaru being completely sucked into the Tenkan sword, the Konoha group had solemn expressions on their faces. Until this moment, they couldn't believe their eyes. They had thought about capturing Itachi alive before. With this ninjutsu called Susanoo, they would be lucky if they didn't get captured alive. This attack and defense integrated Susanoo, which has the ability to seal and rebound all attacks, is too buggy. I'm afraid that even Karen's diamond seal will be difficult to restrain and will be cut off. Obito also had a solemn expression. He looked at the two pillars who had exhausted their chakra and even the curse seal was pulled out, but were still struggling to death. He also looked at Obito, who was also weak and coughing up blood. He was thinking about whether to remove this stumbling block while Obito was weak. But after seeing Kainai standing on the earth pillar, this idea was dispelled. The reason was simple, it was too risky. He couldn't guarantee that Kainai would not suddenly attack. He couldn't guarantee whether Obito had any other backup. If he approached rashly, he would not be willing to use the right eye's main Ki to perform Izunergy to save his life. Just when Obito, Black Zetsu, Kakashi and others thought that Obito was going to win this brotherly battle, Obito, who was close to the second pillar, just lightly tapped the second pillar's forehead. "Forgive me Sasuke, for the last time." Leaving these words, the eldest filial son smiled and fell in front of the second pillar. And at the moment, when the eldest filial son fell, Kakashi, who had been waiting for the opportunity, turned the three Magatama in his left eye into a sickle-shaped Ki. "Do it!" Kakashi shouted, and the divine power was used. The distorted space of the fire formation instantly broke a big hole, and everyone in Konoha plunged into the fire formation. Among them, Hinata, Chinatsu, and Karen were responsible for keeping an eye on Kainai to prevent Kainai from taking action. The rest, including Kakashi, rushed towards Sasuke, ready to take back the second pillar. However, Kakashi didn't know that Obito had already seen through his intentions. When he used his Kamu, he didn't use his Kamu to stop him. Instead, he came to the bodies of the two pillars and Obito Takashi and absorbed them and himself into the Kamu space. When Kakashi and others arrived, they were still a step late and missed. Naruto missed the two pillars again. He fell into great pain and loss. "Kainai, what are you going to do? These three little ghosts are not easy to deal with." Ze looked at Hinata, Chinatsu, and Karin, who were lined up in front of him, and looked up at Kainai on the natives. Kainai didn't answer, but just blinked at the three girls, and then turned into smoke, and dissipated with a bang. After Kainai left, Ze naturally didn't dare to stay here for too long. The huge pitcher plant leaves closed, and then merged into the ground. It was time to inform Kisame. Otherwise, if the group of people from Konoha were to be targeted, even Kisame would be in danger. Before the tailed beasts are completely captured, this important chess piece to revive the mother cannot be lost. However, what Black Zetsu didn't know was that at the moment when his body merged into the ground, a cold light flashed in Chinatsu's eyes, and he read most of his thoughts. Gather the tailed beasts to revive his mother? It seems that this guy's not on the same page with the masked man and even Uchiha Madara. After Kainai and others left, the Uchiha fire array disappeared, and heavy rain gradually fell from the sky. Only Naruto was left crying in the rain because he couldn't catch up with the second pillar. The eastern base of the Akatsuki organization. In the dim cave, the candle light flickered. Obito, who had just bandaged the second pillar's injuries, tore off the tattered Akatsuki robe and reattached his own broken arm. just as he was about to take off his mask and move to the new Sharingan to deal with the backup plan that Itachi might leave behind. Chiya's voice suddenly echoed. "You brought Najuru here specifically to pull him into Akatsuki? When did you do that?" Obito tilted his head and saw Chiya slowly walking out of the darkness. He was shocked and angry at the same time, and he almost took off his mask. But before the other party spoke, he didn't even notice it. "Don't look at me like that. I have no interest in the face under your mask. Whether you are the real Uchiha Madara or the fake Uchiha Madara, it has nothing to do with me." Kainai shrugged slightly, sat down next to Nibushi's bed, and while slowly performing ninjutsu to treat Nibushi, he said, "I'm just curious about why you are pretending to be a ghost here and taking so much trouble. Is it really like Pin said, that you will conquer the world after gathering all nine-tailed beasts? I don't think it's really for such a boring reason. Does the reason matter?" Obito glanced at Nibushi, who was recovering from his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye, and while he was becoming more and more afraid of Kainai, he answered indifferently. He had never heard that Kainai knew medical ninjutsu, and his level seemed to have surpassed Tsunade, one of the three ninjas. "Of course it's important." Kainai stood up, moved his hands and feet simply, and began to talk nonsense seriously, "because the next answer will determine your life or death. I know that you were the one who caused the Nine-Tails rebellion. My parents also died because of you. At the same time, I also know that your left eye has not yet moved to the new Sharingan, and your right eye is the source of your space-time ninjutsu. Since I can't use Eye's energy, I can kill you instantly before you teleport. You should know that I'm a person who will avenge myself, just like what I did to the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan, the kind that couldn't even retain their souls." As he spoke, Kainai swung his right hand, and his Zanpakuto appeared in his hand out of thin air. "You bastard." Obito was shocked and hurriedly entered the hollow state, but saw Kainai stretched out 5 fingers. 5 minutes. 5 minutes should be your hollow limit. In the next 5 minutes, if you can't convince me, then it means that your death is coming. Obito fell into silence. He didn't expect that his ability was already understood so thoroughly by Kainai. If he didn't find a good reason next, he might really be killed. Thinking of this, Obito suddenly laughed out loud and started his usual bluffing. "Haha. What's so funny?" Kainai knew that Obito was panicking at the moment, but he still frowned and asked knowingly, "No, there's nothing." Obito stopped laughing and said calmly, "Okay, it doesn't hurt to tell you. If I have to say it, it's to become a perfect form." Kainai was stunned. Perfect form? Seeing that Kainai was fooled by him, Obito's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. "Combine everything with me, unify everything. Create a world without pain and without barriers. It seems interesting." Kainai raised his Zanpakuto and pointed it at Obito. The blade was close to Obito. "You said everything. You are referring to the nine-tailed beasts. And that outer path demon statue is the medium that combines it with you, or it would be more appropriate to say it is a container. It seems that you want to become the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beasts. So the so-called unification of everything is such a boring purpose as ruling the world." Obito knew that Kainai was moved. "I just like talking to smart people. But unifying everything is not a formal agreement like annexing a country during the Warring States period, but peace in the true sense. That is to resurrect the Ten Tails and implement the Moon Eye plan." As he spoke, Obito told the original story about the Moon Eye at the 5-Cage conference. "You are really extreme to let the whole world fall into illusions, escape everything, and exchange it for the so-called false peace." Kainai did not put away the blade. "But this is the best plan, isn't it?" Obito spread his hands. "You must have lost your parents since childhood and almost suffered persecution from the Konoha high-level officials. You know the cruelty of the ninja world, so you should be able to understand my plan more or less." At this point, Obito's face suddenly became gloomy, and he recalled the past, when Lin died in his mind, and began to speak in a second-year speech. "This is a world without hope, or it can be said that hope and despair exist equally in this world. Hope is the most perfunctory lie. It seems that you have really lost a lot of things." Kainai stroked his forehead with some pain, and sighed in his heart that this guy is really hopeless. Hearing this, Obito nodded slowly, without denying it, and continued to persuade. For the sake of your family, you didn't hesitate to slaughter the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. Don't you want to create a world where your parents are still alive? You are really hopeless. Kainai put away the blade. Do you agree with my Moonai plan? Seeing this, Obito breathed a sigh of relief and his face lit up. With Kainai's strength, if he could fully assist him like Kisame, then the Moonai plan would be almost halfway completed. Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in your plan. Kainai crossed his arms, changed the subject, and suddenly said, but I'm very interested in the process of your execution of the plan. What does this mean? This time it was Obito's turn to be confused. He was obviously not interested, but he wanted to participate in it. You also know that I'm a person who likes excitement. For me, it doesn't matter what the world is like. The problem is to make it lively. This is also my willingness to join Akatsuki. Kainai smiled and said, that is to say, before you complete the Moonai project, I can provide you with appropriate help. Of course, there are conditions. What conditions? Obito asked. It didn't matter what conditions, he said. As long as the Moonai project could be completed, nothing else mattered. I hate people who give up halfway the most. Kainai said, if one day you suddenly regret your actions today, then I will still kill you. Regret? Obito disagreed. He didn't think he would regret it. But since the words have been spoken, and the other party has agreed to his Moonai plan, it will be much easier to act next. Then happy cooperation. Obito stretched out his right hand to Kainai. Happy cooperation. Kainai smiled and stretched out his right hand, and the two shook hands. Seeing that Kainai actually shook hands with him, Obito's eyes flashed with surprise and excitement. Just as he was considering whether to take the opportunity to absorb the other party into the Camu space to resolve this unstable factor, Kainai's next words made Obito break out in a cold sweat. I thought you were going to take this opportunity to absorb me into that different space. How could that be? Since we are now partnership, I will naturally not attack you in the future. Obito retracted his arms, and his black combat gloves were soaked with sweat without knowing when. Okay, since you don't trust me so much, then I will show my sincerity. After a little hesitation, Obito slowly took off his mask, revealing half of his wrinkled face and a scarlet Sharingan. I didn't expect it to be you, Uchiha Obito. Kainai did not show any surprise. You knew it was me? Obito's eyes flashed with surprise. He must remember where he had revealed his flaws. It was just a suspicion at first. After all, you were already dead in the Konoha archives. Kainai said, until I saw Kakashi using the same eye technique as you. One left eye, one right eye. It is impossible for non-Uchiha people to open the Manjiki. Plus your strength is obviously not comparable to Uchiha Madara. It is not difficult to guess your identity. Obito suddenly realized, and then heard Kainai say, well, since you have shown your sincerity, then I will show my sincerity too. While speaking, Kainai made a symbolic seal with his right hand and released Danzo, who had been imprisoned for 3 years, from the system warehouse. Obito was stunned. Danzo? Exclamation mark. Then he reacted, and slowly put on the mask. It is said in the outside world, that Danzo defected from Konoha. I never thought that he would fall into your hands. Of course, even the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen was tricked to death. How could I let Danzo do something behind my back? Kainai turned his eyes to Nibiru. I guess you should plan to trick Nibiru into joining Akatsuki to help you capture the tailed beast, or even make other plans. Maybe Danzo is a good bargaining chip. Looking at the ninja world, no one wants to kill Danzo more than Nibiru. I'm looking forward to the battle between Nibiru and Danzo. This excitement cannot be missed. Watching the excitement is your purpose. Obito rarely regained his funny personality and couldn't help rolling his eyes. While the two were talking, Nibiru's eyelids trembled and he was slowly waking up. Then next, Nahashika will be handed over to you. You are better than me at bewitching people. Kainai put away Danzo and turned his back to Nahashika. Oh, by the way, keep the body of Akitaka for me. After you take out his eyes, give them to me. Also, I have already removed the seal on Nahashika's Manjiki. When you transfer Nahashika's Sharingan to Akitaka, don't throw away his own blind Manjiki. I can use it. After saying that, Kainai disappeared in the cave. After Kainai left, Zetsu emerged from the cave wall. White Zetsu asked. Obito, is this guy trustworthy? Black Zetsu added, he is too strong. Looking at the current ninja world, I'm afraid that no one can control him except Madara-sama. Even Pin may not be able to do it. He has found out your information. Pin may be no exception. It doesn't matter. He is just a guy who enjoys playing with others. The third generation Danzo is like this, Orochimaru is like this, and the brotherly war between Itachi and Sasuke is also like this. Now that Itachi is dead, he can't wait to find the next fun. As long as the Moon Eye plan succeeds, everything else doesn't matter. Obito didn't care. He heard that Black Zetsu was urging him to revive Uchiha Madara, but he didn't intend to do so. He wanted to complete the Infinite Moon reading by himself. Chapter 289, Reinvigorating the Husband. So what are you going to do, Afei? Black Zetsu looked at Nibiru. Sasuke's about to wake up. Next, I will convince Sasuke to capture the 8 tails for us. As for the 6 tails, you should quickly find his whereabouts, and then let Pin capture it personally. After the 6 tails and the 8 tails are sealed, let Pin capture it personally. Obito said in a deep voice. But didn't you say that Chiya would capture the 8 tails? White Zetsu asked in confusion. Obito said, that guy won't go. Even if he goes, he might let it run away, like he did with Orochimaru the last few times. That guy who does things without seeking a purpose, but just blindly pursues evil fun, is now targeting Sasuke. He seems to like watching Sasuke get beaten, but doesn't want him to die. Sasuke will not hold back when dealing with the 8 tails. Chiya will assist him at the side, and it will be foolproof. I know. Then, I'll leave it to you, Zetsu said, slowly blending into the ground. And at the moment, when Zetsu's body merged into the ground, Nibiru finally woke up. Obito flashed into the darkness, then walked out slowly, revealing an unfathomable look. You're awake. The deception officially began now. On the other side, Kainai had already used Flying Thunder God to return to Tsunade's house. After several months, Kainai suddenly appeared, which shocked Karen's mother, and a vase in her hand flew out. At the critical moment, Kainai caught it, so it didn't break. Kainai, sir? Kainai nodded slowly, and handed the vase to Karen. Then he followed the direction of Hang's perception, went upstairs, and knocked on the door. Come in. Hang's gentle and pleasant voice came from the room. Kainai pushed the door open, and saw Hang with a slightly bulging belly, a pure gold ring on the ring finger of her left hand, standing to water the flowers. Seeing Kainai, Hang was stunned at first, then put down the kettle in her hand, and walked quickly towards Kainai. Kainai came to her in an instant, hugged her in his arms, and said softly, why are you so careless? What if you hurt the child? I'm a Jonin after all, and the child is only 3 months old now. It doesn't matter. A blush appeared on Yuhi Kyono's pretty face. She would never admit that she was excited to see Kainai. That won't work either. Kainai helped Yuhi Kyono sit down on the bed. Although he was blaming her, the latter could feel the concern. Yeah. Yuhi Kyono nodded gently. At this moment, she felt warm in her heart. As everyone knows, every woman lacks a sense of security during pregnancy. With the death of Akatsuki members one by one, even Hinata was worried about Kainai, not to mention Yuhi Kyono. Now seeing Kainai's return, she is happier than anyone else. Just when the two were in love, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded outside the room, and then Tsunade ran in breathlessly. With sharp eyes, she glanced at Yuhi Kyono who was leaning on Kainai's arms. The latter also did not recognize her, and returned a sharp look. In front of outsiders, Yuhi Kyono would treat her as the Hokage, but in front of her own little man, she would only treat the other party as her competitor. Conversely, Tsunade was the same. She would not suppress Yuhi Kyono as the Hokage. She would punish Kainai, the instigator, with an iron fist. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. Compared with Kainai's fickleness, she was more worried about Jiraiya's life and death at this moment. You guys, you finally came back. Tell me quickly, is Jiraiya still alive? Tsunade walked quickly in front of Kainai, her chest rising and falling slightly, outlining a perfect arc. I thought you would come up and punch me, or ask me if I came at the wrong time. Kainai stretched out his other hand to Tsunade, and said with a smile, tell me quickly. Tsunade, with tears in her eyes, grabbed Kainai's collar. Recalling the past with Jiraiya in her mind, she owed Jiraiya too much. That guy, although usually unreliable, always leaves danger to himself at the critical moment. If Jiraiya had been the Hokage, then she should have been the one to go to the Hidden Rain village to spy on intelligence. Kainai did not answer, but just looked at Tsunade indifferently, and the smile on his face gradually solidified. He, who was always used to being cuckolded by others, instantly felt like he was being cuckolded. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became depressing. It was also the first time that Yuhi Kuronoi saw Kainai showing such a look. For a moment, she was a little at a loss. She knew that Kainai was angry as expected. But Tsunade also saw that Kainai was angry. Just now, she was just too anxious. If it was usual, it would be fine. After all, it was not that she had not done more outrageous things. But she ignored the fact that she was questioning her husband about the safety of another man who liked her. No matter what, I'm afraid she would not feel too good in her heart. I realized her mistake, and Tsunade, who was always strong, quickly loosened her hand that was holding Kainai's collar and rarely showed a little girl's pitiful attitude. Seeing this, Kuronoi Yuhi was stunned. Is this still the fifth Hokage she knew? One of the legendary three ninjas, Lady Tsunade? Why did the more she looked at him, the more he thought of a wronged young wife? Do you know you are wrong? Seeing Tsunade's look, Kainai's anger instantly disappeared, but in line with the principle of supporting her husband, he still asked indifferently. Aha. Tsunade nodded slowly and answered in a lost voice, just like a wounded kitten. What's wrong? Kainai turned his head and blinked his right eye at Kuronoi Yuhi, revealing a sly smile. Kuronoi Yuhi chuckled, covered her mouth, and almost laughed out loud. She thought to herself, Kainai is too mean to trick Lady Tsunade like this. I shouldn't have questioned you, and I shouldn't have questioned that guy Jiraiya. Tsunade was about to cry at this moment. Why did she use that tone to talk to her little man? What if he was so angry that he ran away with Yuhi Kuronoi and never came back? Where could she cry? It seems that you still don't realize your real mistake. Then wait until you think it through before answering me. Kainai understood Tsunade's thoughts and helped the pregnant Yuhi Kuronoi up, as if he was really going to take her away. Wait. It is said that women in love are fools. Tsunade was so concerned that she hurriedly stopped Kainai and added, I shouldn't have distrusted you. Asking this question also means that Jiraiya is still alive. Since he is still alive, Jiraiya's position in Tsunade's heart will naturally be reduced to his original form, and he will become the pervert she despised in the past. Will you dare to do this in the future? Kainai turned back, but still had a stern face. I dare not. Tsunade sobbed. Be good. Kainai held Yuhi Kuronoi in one hand and stretched out the other hand toward Tsunade. The latter cried with joy and threw herself into Kainai's arms. Tears could no longer be stopped, as if she was afraid that Kainai would run away. You guy, I thought you didn't want me anymore. It depends on your performance in the future. Kainai pretended to be angry. Yuhi Kuronoi saw all this. Even with her calmness, she couldn't help but secretly give Kainai a thumbs up. Good guy. Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, was actually subdued by him in just a few moves. After a farce. Considering the safety of Tsunade, Yuhi Kuronoi, and Chinatsu's wife and daughter, Kainai mentioned the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization for Tsunade for the first time. Of course, he only mentioned the 6 paths of pain. Let her be prepared. At the same time, he finally decided to help Konoha once. Use the Mirror Flower and Water Moon to let Shyandeo release the Super Shinra Tensei outside Konoha, and then throw Sakura over to be stabbed by Pain Shyandeo, so that Naruto will go berserk. This seems to be a good choice. That night, Kainai went to Tsunade's room to spend the night. Then he accompanied Yuhi Kuronoi alone for another day. It was not until the evening of the next day that he returned to the eastern base of the Akatsuki organization. It is worth mentioning that, because of the previous farce, Tsunade, who knew that Jiraiya was not dead, was afraid that Kainai would be angry, and did not dare to mention Jiraiya again. Under the setting sun, the second pillar was wearing a light grey short-sleeved shirt with a stand-up collar and zipper, with a Kusanagi sword on his waist, facing the sea. The sea breeze was whistling, and the second pillar's long hair and robes fluttered with it. Recalling everything with Daisaozi in his mind, the second pillar left tears of regret, anger, and unwillingness. Chaowu, Sujetsu, and Obito stood behind the second pillar, waiting for the second pillar's decision. Is it to return to Konoha according to Daisaozi's will, or to revenge Konoha? It seems that your side is over. A leisurely voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and heard a bang. The smoke dissipated, and Kyuubi appeared out of thin air next to Obito. The second pillar's face condensed, and 6-pointed star-shaped kaleidoscopes appeared in his eyes. Almost at the same time as he drew out the Kusanagi sword from his waist, he came to Kyuubi in an instant, and swung the sword. Kyuubi did not dodge or avoid. His expression was indifferent and his behavior was calm. Just as the second pillar's Kusanagi sword was about to fall, Obito suddenly appeared in front of Kyuubi and used the hardening ninjutsu that had blocked Sujetsu's beheading sword in the original work to block the second pillar's Kusanagi sword. Calm down, Sasuke. If you dare to attack Kyuubi, you will die. Obito's right eye 3 Magatama was bloodshot, and he said in a deep voice. The second pillar ignored Obito, but just screamed at Kyuubi. Why? You obviously knew the truth about Uchiha and Itachi a long time ago. Why? Why didn't you tell me? If you told me, then I wouldn't either. At the end, the second pillar's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and his face was full of tears. Nothing will happen. Kyuubi sneered, telling you can erase the fact that Daisaozi killed his father, mother and slaughtered his clansmen? Telling you that Daisaozi, with that sickly body, will not die. You should know that, although it was Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo who gave the order, the murderer was undoubtedly Daisaozi. What's funny is that the conditions given by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were to protect you and let him kill me and all the Uchiha people including Izumi. Danzo also gave me the same conditions. On the condition of protecting Izumi, kill you and all the Uchiha people including Daisaozi. But what did Daisaozi do? What did I do? I chose to wipe out the 2 termites of Konoha, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, and took Izumi away. Later, I turned around and ruined the reputation of the Konoha high-level officials, killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and captured Danzo. And what about your so-called gentle brother? He was so stupid that he slaughtered his own people. If he had any brains at the time, he would not do that. Even if he killed all the rebels, or even all the Uchiha ninjas, I would still look up to him. But he, just to protect you, attacked the elderly, weak, women and children. Is your life the life? But the lives of those Uchiha elderly, weak, women and children are not lives. Although I also slaughtered the elderly, weak, women and children of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. Anyone can kill Uchiha, except your brother who has been trained by Uchiha since childhood, and eats Uchiha's food. That guy is just a poor guy brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is so self-righteous that he thinks he is protecting Konoha. In fact, he slaughtered his clan members, killed his father and mother, and protected only the regime of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Kyuubi's simple words directly demoted Daisaozi to nothing. As outsiders, Chaogo and Sujetsu were ashamed. They didn't expect that Kyuubi, this extremely strong guy, and Nizu's brother, actually defected because of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Sasuke seemed to have his senses touched. He closed his right eye, widened his left eye, and released Amaterasu at Kyuubi without hesitation. Obito, who had learned from the previous experience, was shocked and quickly turned into a hollow to avoid it. The second pillar ignored Obito, and blood flowed from his left eye. While releasing black flames, he screamed at Kyuubi, "You are not allowed to say that about Itachi." Kyuubi had sensed it long ago. He symbolically formed a seal with his right hand and spit out a hurricane from his mouth, blowing the black flame back. Due to the close distance, the second pillar could not dodge at all, and was blown into the sea along with Amaterasu. A large area of black flames suddenly ignited on the sea. Sasuke, JGO and Mizutsu were shocked. They wanted to go to rescue him, but they stopped abruptly because of the black flames. Seeing Nizuzi being swallowed by his own black flames and falling into the ocean, Obito was shocked and said sternly, "Kyuubi, Sasuke is now a companion of Akatsuki. You are too cruel." "Really? Who told that kid to kill me at every turn?" Kayanai shrugged slightly, but don't worry, Nizuzi has called me dad a few times. I won't kill him. That kid's right eye has the ability to extinguish Amaterasu, so you don't have to worry at all. As the voice fell, the black flames on the sea surface actually gradually extinguished. The figure of Nizuzi with bloodshot eyes and panting was revealed. Raw. Nibashi screamed, his chakra bursting out, and he wanted to use Susanoo, but was stopped by Obito. Stop, Sasuke, don't waste your precious eye power here. The power of the Manger Key is limited, and you can't be a match for Kayanai at your current level. This guy. Nibashi gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to admit it, he recalled the two ninjutsu used by Kayanai in the previous battle. It seemed that, even if he used the newly learned Susanoo, he would not be able to escape the end of defeat. So Nibashi lightly sighed, stopped, closed the painful Sharingan, and flashed past Kayanai. Chaogo and Sujetsu looked at Kayanai with fear and followed closely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Confirming one thing. It seems that this time, we have to be serious. Red chakra gradually wrapped around Killer Bee, and Eight Tails condensed bireal chakra swayed in the air. Killer Bee made an I love you gesture. Use the eighth one. Be careful, Sasuke, this monster is coming. Sujetsu warned. As soon as the voice fell, Killer Bee, who had completed the half-tailed beast transformation, passed Sujetsu and JGO, and rushed straight towards Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan flashed, and with the powerful insight given by the Sharingan, he saw through Killer Bee's movements, and dodged in advance. Who knew that Killer Bee was just a feint, and the moment Sasuke dodged, he rushed straight towards Kayanai, and at the same time, said proudly in his heart, no matter how powerful your chakra is, a medical ninja is a medical ninja, and it will not have much attack power. Moreover, it is common sense to kill the medical ninja in the team first. Oops. Shuai was shocked to see that Killer Bee's target was Sasuke, but when he saw Sasuke dodge and rushed towards Kayanai, a gloating smile instantly appeared on his face. It was not only for Kayanai, but also for Killer Bee. Kayanai wanted to sit on the sidelines, but was treated as a soft specimen by Killer Bee. The latter should never ever mess with a monster like Kayanai. Killer Bee naturally didn't know what Shuai was thinking. His right arm, transformed into a tailed beast, condensed into a white skeleton of a bull's head. The moment it approached Kayanai, it suddenly rushed towards his chest. Thunderblow hot knife boom. The ground exploded instantly, smoke and dust covered the entire square, and golden lightning flashed faintly. The violent hurricane directly blew away the three members of the Eagle team who were closest to it, and they fell into the disc square at the entrance of Yunlei Gorge. Ahem. The second pillar coughed due to the smoke and dust. He immediately asked about the situation of his teammates. Chugo, Mizuki, are you okay? Not bad. Chugo answered with difficulty. At the critical moment, Chugo used his thick skin and flesh as a cushion to protect the second pillar from harm. Mizuki was hit by the rubble and fell into the water. It's okay. Mizuki's head popped out of the water. I just don't know how the two monsters above are. Hearing this, Sasuke looked up wide at the square, covered with smoke and dust with his 3 Megatama Sharingan, recalling the scene just now in his mind, thinking to himself, did he take the attack from the monster from the front? That guy. In the smoke and dust, the half-tailed beast Killer Bee still maintained the posture of Thunderblow hot knife, with his right arm attached to Kayanai's chest, and the cow bones had already broken and scattered all over the ground. Kayanai looked normal, standing away calmly and calmly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Kayanai at all. How is this possible? He actually blocked my Thunder Blade. Killer Bee's eyes widened in disbelief. The 8 tails in his body was also extremely shocked. Thunder Blade? Kayanai pursed his lips and smiled. In the state of half-tailed beast, the whole body condensed lightning chakra, and the elbow condensed white bones, to rush towards the opponent with all my strength. It's a pretty good trick. But it's a pity that it didn't work. The battle of ninjas is a battle of chakra. With your ability, I can easily suppress it with chakra. How can it be useless? With a roar, Killer Bee's fist covered with the tail beast coat swung towards Kainai fiercely, and the strong fist wind directly blew away the smoke and dust covering the square. Unfortunately, it was useless. Killer Bee's fist in the state of half-tailed beast was at most the level of Tsunade's strange strength. Even if it was strong, it was not much stronger. It was caught by Kainai with one hand. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. You seem to have chosen the wrong opponent. If you hadn't attacked me today, you might have been able to escape unscathed. Kainai said to Killer Bee with a smile. He exerted a little force with his right hand. With a click, the sound of bones breaking came from Killer Bee's fist wrapped in the tail beast's coat. Ah! Unable to hold back, Killer Bee screamed, knelt on one knee on the ground, and spit out white steam from his mouth. While feeling the pain, he did not forget to sing and dance and curse. It hurts so much, you idiot, you bastard. The smoke dissipated, allowing the 3 members of the Eagle Squad below to finally see the situation on the battlefield. In the horrified eyes of Uzuzi, Xuan, and Chanwu, Kainai threw Killer Bee into the sky and kicked him. The latter's body bent into a cooked red shrimp and flew out like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, the mountains collapsed, and the lake water stopped flowing for a short time. Finally, Killer Bee knocked down 3 mountains before he stopped retreating and was buried in the ruins. Wow. Shuai stared at the members with disbelief and looked at Kainai again with more fear. What kind of monster is this? It's so strong. The power of a kick made the 8-tailed monster unable to fight back, and it was extremely miserable. Shigeya also frowned and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, are all the monsters like this in the Akatsuki organization? As for Najima, at this moment, his heart is not enough to be described as shocked, but more of unwillingness. This guy who once instigated Orochimaru to strengthen himself is like a mountain pressing on his head. No matter how strong he becomes, no matter how hard he tries, he can never overcome it. Hey, is the 8-tailed monster still alive? Shuayu jumped out of the water, revealing his upper body and beheading sword, and asked Sasuke. Who knows? The Sharingan doesn't have the ability to see through things. Sasuke made a TSK sound, clenched his fists, and thought to himself, Kainai, how strong are you? Shigeya, who had always been taciturn, took over the topic. With this level of attack, I'm afraid even the 8-tails can't withstand it. But I think he's not dead, he just lost consciousness. After all, we need a living Jinchuriki. You're wrong. The 3 members of Team Eagle looked back and saw that Kainai had appeared behind them at some point. The 8-tails Jinchuriki is not as vulnerable as you think. After all, it is the only perfect Jinchuriki alive in the world. While they were talking, a loud noise was heard from the rubble of the collapsed mountain. A huge monster with a bull's head, an octopus body, and 8 tails broke through the rubble and crawled out, cursing in a rap style. You bastard, you idiot, it hurts me to death. I'm disillusioned with you, so you want to destroy yourself. Today, I will let you see the true strength of Lord Killer Bee. Become incontinent because of the 8-tails little ones. B. Stop talking nonsense with them. The young man who just knocked you away is very dangerous. If you don't try your best, you will probably lose. Use that move. The urging voice of the 8-tails sounded in Killer Bee's mind. Okay, Zaoba. In the spiritual space, Killer Bee stood on the nose of the 8-tails and responded in a singing and dancing way. With the cooperation of the Jinchuriki and the 8-tails, which was completely transformed into a tailed beast in the outside world, roared to the sky, and a large amount of black chakra gathered, gradually forming a huge chakra ball in his mouth. Hey, what is that? What is that? Can that thing be considered chakra? Sujetsu was frightened and incoherent. Sasuke, what should we do? This move looks like a long-range attack, I'm afraid. JGO stopped talking halfway and turned his eyes to Kainai. At present, it seems that, if he wants to survive, he can only pray to this guy. After all, the real target of the 8-tails is him. Najira did not answer either, but opened his main Juki Sharingan. Just as he was about to try to block it with Susanoo, Kainai's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Give up, Najira. With your Susanoo at that level, you can't block this move. I'm afraid you'll be blown to pieces. Then what do you say? Are you going to wait for death? Sasuke roared. You're as impulsive as ever. I just don't know if Orochimaru has taught you this defensive summoning ninjutsu of the first Hokage. Even if he has, you probably won't want to learn it after seeing the experience of those rookies in the Sound 4. Watch out, Kanai said, biting his finger and slapping the ground with one hand. He thought to himself that, although this move has become useless, since he has learned it, he might as well show it off. The summoning rune spread, and at the moment, when the Eight Tails released the tailed beast ball, 5 ghost gates rose from the ground in front of the 4 people. This is. Nejiru and Sujetsu were shocked. They recognized that this was the jutsu that Orochimaru and Sakon, one of the 4 sound ninjas, had used before, Rashomon. However, even Orochimaru could only summon 3 layers of Rashomon at most when he was alive. But Kanai summoned 5 layers at once. Of course, if they knew that Kanai summoned 5 layers of Rashomon, because there were only 5 layers of Rashomon, they would be even more surprised. The strength of Rashomon is linked to the caster. At its peak, the first generation of Hokage summoned 5 layers of Rashomon and barely changed the attack trajectory of Uchiha Madara's perfect-tailed beast. Now, Kanai's strength is only stronger than the first generation, and it is no problem to block the 8 tails. The 8-tailed beast ball collided with the Rashomon, and the first 3 gates almost collapsed at the touch, but when it reached the 4th gate, it began to lose strength. After barely breaking the 4th layer of Rashomon, it no longer had much power. The 5th gate just shook and completely offset the attack of the tailed beast ball. With a bang, the smoke dissipated, and the 5th Rashomon disappeared. It was a mess. A huge pit with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters appeared. The lake water gathered, and the small pond became a big lake. The 3 people, Shuayu, who had been stunned by the shock, were numb. He actually blocked it. Killer Bee was also stunned and speechless. This was the first time he saw someone blocking the tailed beast ball from the front. This is the summoning technique of the first generation Hokage, the 5th level Rashomon, which cannot be used continuously. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Kill them in one go. The 8 tails urged. No, I have other ideas. Killer Bee smiled cunningly, as the 8 tails, who had been with Killer Bee for decades, really understood Killer Bee's mind too well. Hearing this, he was immediately surprised. Are you trying to feed him? If the Raikage knows, you will be in trouble. In the spiritual space, Killer Bee sang and danced. Just don't let Big Brother know. I'm trapped in Yunlei Gorge every day for boring training. It's a good opportunity to go out and play. While speaking, he had already controlled the 8 tails to move quickly in front of Kanai and the other 4. The 8 tails stabbed fiercely, and each move was fatal and merciless. Although he planned to take this opportunity to slip away, if the opponent couldn't take his full strength attack, it would not be his business. The tailed beast ball, I have blocked it for you. It's up to you next, Nejiru. Kanai patted Nejiru on the shoulder, left this sentence, and disappeared from the battlefield. Next, as usual in the original work, Nejiru used Amaterasu, which hurt the enemy by 1000, and hurt himself by 800. Killer Bee used the octopus leg clone, and fell to the bottom of the lake. Then, after being defeated by the 8 tails, Nibashi, who felt that he was capable again, took away the octopus-legged clone. In Killer Bee's mental space, Hachiko, the Akatsuki group should have left by now. Killer Bee asked the 8 tails. The 8 tails sensed it and said, I can't sense the chakra anymore. It seems that they have left. Then let's go out. After returning to his consciousness, Killer Bee tore open the broken end of the octopus tentacle and swam out of the water. As soon as he emerged, he saw a pure white blade facing him. Looking up along the blade, he saw a handsome young smiling face. Killer Bee was suddenly frightened and wanted to escape, but found that he could not move. His body seemed to be entangled by countless ancient trees, pushing him out of the water and unable to move. Is it an illusion? Hachiko, quickly disrupt the chakra for me. Killer Bee said calmly. No, it's not. This is true. It seems that this guy in front of us is really not simple. Not only does he have chakra that surpasses our tailed beasts, he also masters the wood escape of the first generation of Hokage. But he doesn't seem to intend to catch us, otherwise we would have lost long ago. B. Ask him what his purpose is. 8-tailed said with an ugly face. Asshole, idiot, what is your purpose? Even though he was trapped by the wood escape, Killer Bee did not forget to sing and dance. If you dare to sing another sentence, I will castrate you directly. Kanai raised his hand and aimed the sharp pure white blade at Killer Bee's bell. Killer Bee's bell trembled and quickly returned to normal tone. What do you want to do? Just come here to confirm one thing. Kanai quietly released the mirror flower water moon to Killer Bee and then entered Killer Bee's mental space. The vision and hearing of the tailed beasts and the Jinkriki are common. The perfect Jinkriki can even achieve the common 5 senses. And what Kanai wants to confirm is whether the 8-tailed will also be hypnotized after releasing the mirror flower water moon to Killer Bee. If the 8-tailed sealed in Killer Bee's body can also be hypnotized, then the real Nagato who controls the heavenly path Pin should also be hypnotized. You can actually enter here? The 8-tails was very surprised. It was the first time it saw someone enter the spiritual space of the Jinkriki. It's not a difficult task. Attack with all your strength. If you can satisfy me, I will let you go. Kanai said lightly. Hearing this, the 8-tails was not polite. After a while, the 8-tails in Killer Bee's spiritual space fell down, and all 8 tails were cut off. Kanai also confirmed the feasibility of the mirror flower and water moon. There is no need for the main body to see it. As long as the chakra is common, through the chakra connection, hypnosis can be achieved when the mirror flower and water moon are released. Chapter 292 Goodbye Uncle Sasuke and Pineapple Head. Killer Bee left, and Kanai didn't make things difficult for him in the end. Just when Kanai confirmed the feasibility of the mirror flower and water moon from Killer Bee, and was about to return to Tsunade's house in Konoha, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and 2 familiar black shadows, one big and one small, fell from the sky. It was the Uncle Sasuke and Boruto who had met once 3 years ago. At this moment, Sasuke was obviously seriously injured, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and gasping for breath. Pineapple Head was also covered with scars, and in a miserable state. Nezuzi? Pineapple Head? Kanai looked at the 2 of them with some surprise. Did you just come back from being beaten? Well, how should I put it? It's about the same. Ha ha ha. Boruto laughed awkwardly, and it was not known whether it was because he was really beaten and felt guilty, or because of something else. Uncle Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, we came to ask you for help with something. Did you meet Akatsuki again? Kanai was obviously interested. It's almost certain that it was a guy named Jijin. That guy has extremely strange abilities. He has the ability to enlarge and shrink any non-living thing except himself. He is not at the same level as Urashiki before. Sasuke sighed. Then what? Kanai turned his eyes to Boruto. When you and Naruto were about to win, Pineapple Head suddenly jumped out to give away his head. In order to save Pineapple Head, you suffered heavy injuries? How do you know? Boruto was shocked. His face showed disbelief, and he shouted subconsciously. What do you mean? How do I know? Naruto and Najiru's strength has recovered. No matter how strange their skills are, it's no problem to defeat a mere Otsutsuki. Unless you come out to cheat your father. Otherwise, I really can't think of any reason for you to let my stepson be injured like this. Kanai was very disappointed. While throwing a senzu bean to Uncle Sasuke, he secretly made up his mind to wait until he and Hinata have a child in the future. If it is a boy, he will remove it quietly before Hinata finds out that she is pregnant. If it is a girl, he will keep it. With his god-level medical ninjutsu that surpasses all ninjas of ancient and modern times, it is not difficult to do this. Kanai continued to speak, like a grandfather scolding his grandson. You are not a child anymore. When I was your age, I was already a jonin. Even your father, who had no parents, and was hated and despised by the people of Konoha, because of the 9 tails in his body since childhood, was already able to stand on his own at your age. Look at yourself, you are always cheating your father. For the so-called limelight, your pitiful self-esteem makes you cheat your father and the second pillar repeatedly. If you had been quiet, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Boruto lowered his head in disappointment after listening to this, and just shut himself up on the spot. Kanai ignored him, and turned his gaze to Jijin. Then where is that Jijin? Uncle Sasuke swallowed the senzu beans to recover. Although he was outmaneuvered by him, that guy was also injured to some extent. After snatching the ninja turtle from Boruto, he intended to use time travel to escape. Boruto and I followed him, and while traveling through time, I used the pupil technique of my right eye to switch positions. That guy will land here in about an hour. Why here? Kayanai asked casually. Sasuke glanced at the surroundings and explained. After learning from the experience of Urashiki last time, I worried that the Ninja Turtle would be used by someone with ulterior motives, so I set it up to travel to a place where you might appear. This way, with you here, even if someone uses that turtle to travel to this world, it will be difficult for them to do anything. This is the time and place where I had my first fight with the Eight Tails. Considering that I'm your stepson in this world, you will definitely not sit idly by and watch me in this world face an opponent that is almost impossible to defeat. So it was set for this day. But it seems that in this world, with your participation, the battle will end earlier than it did for me back then. It seems that, although you have become a man with kidney deficiency, after becoming an adult, your brain is better than that of this world. Kayanai suddenly realized. A playful smile appeared on his face. Uncle Sasuke's face darkened. Let's hurry up and arrange the tactics. Jigen is not that easy to deal with. Unlike Urashiki, that guy has the strength to kick through the complete sequel of Nenhu with one blow. Coupled with that strange ability, even you will not be able to deal with it so easily. No hurry, isn't there still an hour? Before that, we still need to deal with those guys first. Kayanai looked in the direction of the hidden cloud village, where the Raikage and his two right-hand men, Z and Eru, were rushing towards here. Raikage? Uncle Sasuke recalled the scene of the battle with the fourth Raikage. Kayanai nodded. In order to prevent the pineapple head from pitting me later. No, pitting my father. You two should go to my different space to rest for a while. After all, it is not suitable for you to show up in this kind of occasion. Nejiru nodded slowly. Kayanai put the two into the system warehouse. Z, how is the situation in Yunlei Gorge? Raikage hurried on his way while asking the code-named C who was following him. Z, an all-around elite jonin who is good at using illusions, medical ninjutsu and has the ability to perceive. The distance is too far, and the perception is not very clear. I can only vaguely sense an extremely strong chakra. Z replied. What about B? How is B? Upon hearing this, the Raikage hurriedly asked. I'm sorry, Raikage-sama, I didn't sense the chakra of Killer B-sama. Z was helpless. Deru, who was also the guard of the Raikage, sighed softly and said weakly, it's really troublesome. According to the patrol personnel near Yunlei Gorge, there are 4 people who came to capture Lord Kyuubi, one of whom is Uchiha and the other is a member of Akatsuki. The one who defeated Lord Kyuubi was Uchiha, and it seems that the one who stayed there is a member of Akatsuki. Asshole, you dared to take away B. You can never forgive me. You can never forgive me. The Raikage was furious, and powerful lightning chakra burst out of his body. He quickened his pace and shed tears. B, wait for me, I'll save you now. It is said that men don't cry easily, but they haven't reached the point of sadness. Since the Third Ninja World War, the third Raikage died to protect the Cloud Shadow. Losing his father, AI, who inherited the fourth Raikage, was heartbroken and vowed to protect his only brother, Kyuubi. Although the two are not brothers, after years of getting along, they are more like brothers. Now that he knows that his brother has been captured, how can he not be angry and heartbroken? PS. First update, please recommend and vote for me. Today is the third update, please vote for me. Thanks to bookfriend *** 7187 for the 7500 starting coins reward. Chapter 293. Tsunade paid a huge price. Konoha village. Hokage's office. Present were Naruto, Chinatsu, Karin, Kakashi, and the toad Fukaza. Is this child the apprentice of little Jiraiya? Fukaza, squatting on the back of the toad, looked at Naruto and asked in a deep voice. Yes, he is Jiraiya's apprentice. Uzumaki Naruto, the child of prophecy that you and Jiraiya mentioned. Tsunade answered. Mr. Frog. What? Naruto was as thick-skinned as ever, with a confused look on his face. Hey, Naruto, this is Lord Fukaza, one of the 2 great sages of Mount Myaboku. Tsunade still respected Mount Myaboku, which had taught Jiraiya celestial arts, and seeing that Naruto was being unreasonable, she quickly reminded him. Shizune was holding Tantan and standing behind Tsunade. Worried that Naruto didn't understand, she added, this is the master who taught Master Jiraiya the magic. The master of the lecherous immortal? Naruto tilted his head, looking suspicious. This frog. I told you, Naruto, be careful with your words. Tsunade held her forehead with a headache. It's okay, it's okay. Talking like this does have some of the shadow of little Jiraiya, but the title of lecherous immortal is surprisingly suitable for little Jiraiya. It's a pity that he can't hear it anymore. When mentioning Jiraiya, Fukaza was regretful, and his face was full of loneliness. Naruto heard this, and had a bad premonition in his heart. He said sternly, what do you mean by that? What can't be heard anymore? Tell me clearly. Little Jiraiya sacrificed. Fukaza didn't keep it a secret. The scene suddenly became quiet, and the huge Hokage office fell into a strange silence. Naruto's mind was blank, and it took a long while for him to react, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Except for Tsunade and Shinatsu who knew the truth, most of the others were also like this. Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary ninjas and the only one in the world who mastered fairy arts, was actually dead. You must be kidding. This was the common thought in the hearts of everyone present at this moment. The incident happened too suddenly, no wonder you don't believe it. Fukaza sighed lightly. Not long ago, there were rumors that the leader of the Akatsuki organization might be hiding in the Hidden Rain village. Little Jiraiya went to verify it himself. As he spoke, Fukaza told the story of their battle with Pain. When they heard about the samurai, including Tsunade, who already knew all the information about Pain except his body, they were all shocked. Tsunade added with a serious face, when Orochimaru launched the Konoha destruction plan, in the battle with Kanai, he once said that there was a person in the Akatsuki organization who was stronger than him. Not surprisingly, it was this Pain. Stronger than that guy Kanai? Everyone was shocked again, especially Kakashi, who had fought with Kanai in person, and knew how powerful Kanai was. How powerful is a guy who is stronger than Kanai? Only Naruto lowered his head, his eyes were covered by shadows, his eyes were red, tears blurred his eyes, and he was in great sorrow. Yes, you will know after reading these. Tsunade handed over a stack of documents. This is. Kakashi took it, his pupils suddenly shrank, and cold sweat ran down his brows. Yes, this is the information of Pain. Tsunade nodded. Fighting with 6 such guys, it's no wonder that Master Jiraiya is in a desperate situation. Kakashi took a deep breath, but this document is not enough to be described as intelligence. If you don't fight with Pain in person, you will never understand it so thoroughly. Where did you get it from? After Jiraiya died, I asked Shinatsu's father to help collect it at a great cost. Tsunade said the answer she had prepared long ago. Shinatsu stood behind Tsunade's office chair and poked out a cute little head. How is it? My father is powerful? Shinatsu's father? Huge price? Question marks appeared above everyone's heads. Yes, the price is huge. Tsunade folded her arms, closed her eyes and nodded repeatedly. For this, she was willing to compromise and accepted Kanai's conditions for opening a harem. At the same time, she was forced to sleep with Hong, who was 3 months pregnant. For Kanai. For Konoha, she, the 5th generation Hokage, was worried about it. Okay, don't just stand there and watch. Hurry up and distribute this information. Now the Akatsuki organization has collected 7-tailed beasts. Naruto is likely to be the target of the Akatsuki organization. Pain may invade Konoha at any time, so we must be prepared for battle at all times. I have ordered to enter a wartime state. In addition, Jiraiya also left information, which has not been interpreted yet. Everyone present has contacted Jiraiya, and we need everyone to work together to crack it. Tsunade was worried about being exposed, so she quickly changed the subject. In this regard, although everyone was curious about who Kyangsha's father was, they didn't ask any more questions. Kakashi distributed the information. When it was Naruto's turn, the latter slapped the folder away. The scene became quiet again. Everyone in the office looked at Naruto one by one. Naruto, you. Kakashi was speechless. For him who had lost all his relatives and friends, no one in the room understood Naruto's feelings better than him. Naruto ignored Kakashi, raised his tear-stained face, waved his hand suddenly, and screamed at Tsunade. Why? Why can you act like nothing happened? It was you, the mother-in-law, who let the lecherous sage go. Why can you act like nothing happened? When the lecherous sage died, Hatsune did not answer, but just looked at Naruto quietly, with a headache bigger than two. She couldn't tell Naruto that Jiraiya was still alive. She didn't even tell Chinatsu about this. According to Kainai's perverse logic, a person can only truly grow after losing something. And Jiraiya's death is precisely the best opportunity for Naruto to grow. Although she disagreed, she had no choice. Kainai was able to save Jiraiya, which was already the best result. She couldn't expose the fact that Kainai was passing information to Konoha because of this. This is likely to bring great danger to Kainai. After all, the Samurai is not a vegetarian. And Jiraiya is now sealed in a different space by Chiya, and she has no way to prove to everyone that Jiraiya is still alive. Seeing that Tsunade did not answer, Naruto clenched his fists and continued to roar. Granny Tsunade should know the character of the lecherous sage very well. In this case, why do you allow him to go to such a dangerous place? Answer me quickly. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi stopped Naruto and said earnestly, I think you will understand the feelings of the fifth Hokage now, the feeling of losing a close friend. If the lecherous sage was the Hokage, he would never let Granny Tsunade go to such a dangerous place. Naruto relaxed his clenched fists, left this sentence, and turned to walk outside. Wandering on the street in a daze, all the things that happened with Jiraiya in the past appeared in Naruto's mind, and tears could no longer be stopped. PS. Second update. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 294 The Frustrated Raikage. In the end, nothing changed. Neither did he get back brother Kainai nor Sasuke. Now even his only teacher is dead. What on earth have I been doing all these years? Naruto sighed in his heart, strolling in the sunset, his lonely figure against the afterglow, looked so lonely and helpless. At the same time, the Raikage also found Kainai. Boom. A huge roar suddenly sounded, and the rubble 30 meters opposite Kainai suddenly exploded, and the fourth generation Raikage, Z, and Eru fell to the ground like a cannonball. Little kid, let me show you the fear of anger. The Raikage tore off his white cloak, and the lightning around him exploded, revealing his dark skin and strong figure. Really? Then let me see it. Kainai swung his right hand, and his Zanpakuto quietly grasped his fingers. At the moment, when the three people's eyes were focused on the chakra of the Zanpakuto, they whispered in their hearts, shatter it. Mirror flower and water moon. This is not good, boss. This guy seems to be the Fujiwara Chiya who massacred the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. With just one glance, Deru recognized Chiya instantly. The laziness on his face disappeared, replaced by solemnity. The elite Jonin of Kyuubi standing nearby, Z, looked at Kainai's calm and composed figure and nodded in deep agreement. It is rumored that, although the fourth Kazakage of Sand Village died at the hands of Orochimaru, it was this guy who actually killed the fourth Kazakage. The death of the third Hokage was also closely related to him. The few high-ranking officials left in Konoha were also treated horribly by him. According to intelligence, this guy is an all-round ninja. He is proficient in almost all kinds of illusions, physical techniques, and ninjutsu. He possesses the 5 chakra attributes of wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. No wonder Lord Killer Bee was captured by that Uchiha. With this guy around, it doesn't seem surprising. Kainai pursed his lips and smiled. Wow, you know so much about my intelligence. It seems that you Kyuubi have collected a lot of intelligence on me. If it were usual, I might be interested in playing with you, but today is not a coincidence. I have something important to do, and you have walked into the trap. Kainai's smile faded, and he held up 3 fingers. 3 minutes, I'll give you 3 minutes to disappear from my sight, or I'll kill you. This chakra, Z, the only perception type ninja among the 3, trembled, and cold sweat ran down his brows. This guy was not joking. Z, what's wrong? Are you retreating before the battle even started? Deru teased. Z, what's going on? Unlike the lazy Deru, the Raikage knew that his subordinates were not cowards. When he heard Deru's question, he turned his back to Z and asked. Z looked at Kainai across from him and swallowed hard. It's hard to describe it in words. How should I put it? Anyway, this guy has an incredibly strong chakra. I've never seen it before. At this point, Z looked at the Raikage and asked hesitantly, Lord Raikage, what should we do? Should we take action? Of course, beat him half to death first, and then get information about B from him. We can't just let it go like this as it's the matter of the wooden man. The 4th generation Raikage said sternly. While speaking, the Raikage did not dare to be arrogant. The lightning around him spread, his hair exploded, and he used the lightning attribute chakra to activate his body cells to the maximum extent. In this state, are you going all out right from the start? Deru also became serious and said sternly, Z, I know. Z knew that after Killer B was captured, with the Raikage's temper, he would not be treated well today. Shankian took a step and quickly formed seals with both hands. Thunder escape illusion. Thunder illusion lightning column. In an instant, Z's whole body turned into lightning, wrapping the Raikage and Deru in the strong light. The Raikage and Deru relied on the cover of lightning to instantly appear in front of Kanai. The former swung his armor to hit Kanai, and the latter pulled out the kitchen knife-shaped giant sword behind him, and slashed at Kanai. In Kanai's sight, the Raikage suddenly appeared in front of him, punched down hard, and smashed towards his head. Illusion? It's really boring. Facing the combined attack of the Raikage and Deru, Kanai ignored Z's illusion, raised his left hand, and blocked the Raikage's armor. Holding the knife in his right hand, he faced Deru. Boom. With a flash of knife light, Z's exclamation, Deru. The kitchen knife-shaped giant sword flew out of his hand and split into two. Under the effect of Kanai's slash, Deru flew backwards hundreds of meters like a cannonball, and slid close to the ground, bringing up smoke and dust. How did this guy catch my full strength heavy explosion with one hand? The Raikage was also shocked. He wanted to raise his hand, but found that his elbow armor was clamped by Kanai, and he couldn't break free. I should have said it before. You have 3 minutes to escape from here. There is still 1.5 minutes left. If you don't leave, don't blame me for killing you. Kanai exerted a little force with his left hand, and powerful chakra gathered in his palm. With a click, the armor forged from special chakra metal on the right hand of the Raikage was crushed. Asshole, don't underestimate the Raikage. The level of thunder abuse is Chiome. The armor was broken, and the Raikage regained his freedom. The other arm turned into a hand knife and swung out, intending to split Kanai in half. However, he was fast, and Kanai was faster. Under the awakened perception of observation haki, the speed that the Raikage was proud of was like the fighting scene of the young handsome man in the previous life of Blue Star in front of Kanai. Kanai kicked out with his right foot, and with a flying kick, he kicked the Raikage hundreds of meters away, following Deru's footsteps. Lord Raikage. Z shouted in the direction where the Raikage flew backwards. Boom. The rough-skinned Raikage rushed out from the rubble. I'm fine, Deru. Where's Deru? How's Deru? The Raikage roared. Although he said so, the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and the dimming of the lightning around him revealed that he had suffered a certain degree of injury. I'm here, Lord Raikage. The rubble in the other direction was pushed away, and Deru struggled to crawl out of the ruins, but there was a hideous and terrifying gap on his chest. The blood stained his clothes red, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing that the two were not dead, Z breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes looked at Kanai again with more solemnity. In just one round, Deru was severely injured, and Lord Raikage was hurt. Before Lord Raikage and Deru fell, I didn't even see how the other party attacked. This guy is stronger than I thought. 1 minute, you still have 1 minute. Facing Z's gaze, Kanai stretched out a finger. This made the Raikage furious. His lungs were about to explode, and his eyes almost spit out fire. As a Raikage, he had never felt so aggrieved to be threatened by the guy who kidnapped his brother. PS. The third update. Chapter 295. Venting the anger of Hinata's wife. Z. Don't just stand there stupidly. Go stop Deru's bleeding, and then deal with Kanai. The Raikage shouted at Z. The latter just reacted. He hurried over to treat Deru. However, before he could take any action, a big tree sprang out from under his feet and tied him up in an instant. He couldn't move. Z. What are you still hesitating about? Go stop Deru's bleeding. Seeing that Z was still hesitant to take any action, the Raikage urged him harshly. Z's limbs were stiff, and he wanted to break free, but he couldn't do it, so he could only answer with difficulty. Lord Raikage, I'm under an illusion. Damn it. The Raikage heard this and was instantly shocked and angry. Retreat, Lord Raikage, this guy's too powerful. He is beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas, Z advised. Deru also agreed with Z's retreat plan. Boss, there is always a way out. You are the pillar of Kyuubi. You must not fall here. Damn it, I will never accept this. The Raikage glared at Kanai. The lightning around him surged, his hair stood up, and he activated his body to the maximum again. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the whole person flew up in an instant, turning into a blue lightning, leaving a spider web-like crack on the spot. When he appeared again, the Raikage had already come in front of Kanai and punched Kanai in the face. However, his fist fell into the air. In the Raikage's horrified eyes, Kanai disappeared in front of him in an instant, just like the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze, who had fought before. When he reacted, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably, plowing the ground for more than 10 meters, before stopping with his face. Looking at his back again, I don't know when there was a terrifying gap that was exactly the same as Deru's chest. Blood gradually dyed the ground red. Kanai, who had already arrived at the position where the Raikage had attacked before, shook off the blood on his sword and sheathed it. Boss Lord Raikage. Deru and Z were shocked. The 2 guards of the Raikage wanted to rescue him, but they were powerless. One of them was controlled by the illusion, and the other was too seriously injured. The wound on his chest almost made him unable to move. The slightest movement was so painful that he couldn't extricate himself. Kanai said calmly, there are still 45 seconds. How is this possible? My strongest state of lightning armor is so vulnerable, and the speed is far beyond my own. The lightning around him was completely suppressed. The Raikage relied on his tenacious will and physique to get up with difficulty. At this moment, he only felt a burning pain on his back. Since he cultivated the lightning armor, the long-lost severe pain made the Raikage unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. There are still 30 seconds. Kanai spoke again. Lord Raikage, let's go. Deru hugged Z, who was closest to him, with one hand, and lifted him up. Regardless of his own injuries, and whether the Raikage agreed, he forced himself to use the teleportation to come to the side of the Raikage, helped him up, and used the teleportation to leave. This time the Raikage did not refuse again. He knew that, if he didn't leave, the 3 of them would really have to stay here today. Just when the 3 of them wanted to leave, Kanai suddenly appeared in front of them, and blocked their way. What do you mean? Didn't you say there were still 30 seconds? Deru asked breathlessly. There are 30 seconds, but I changed my mind. Kanai looked up and down at the 3 of them, recalling in his mind the crying appearance of his little wife on the day of Hayashi's funeral, and raised his hand to point at the Raikage. Raikage, come here and kneel down. What did you say? The Raikage thought he had heard it wrong. He asked him, one of the 5 cages in the current ninja world, to kneel down. Are you kidding? Hasn't what I said been clear enough? Kneel down and shout 3 times, I'm wrong, and I'll let you and your men live. Chiya crossed his arms. Fujiwara Chiya, no matter what, you are a well-known figure in the ninja world. You actually threaten me, Raikage, like this. Don't you think it's too despicable? Deru put Z down and whispered, Z, how do you feel? Can you move? Find a chance to take Raikage away quickly later, and I'll be responsible for covering you. Z got up with difficulty and moved his hands and feet. Although I still can't use much strength, it shouldn't be a problem to hurry on, but you. Stop talking nonsense. Raikage's life is above everything else. Deru said sternly. Kanai didn't care about the 2's conspiracy in person. Your words are interesting. Back then, you took advantage of the time when Sarutobi Hiruzen, that fool, was in power, and kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. After the incident was exposed, you turned the tables, and forced Hyuga Hisashi to death. If you want to talk about despicable, you are the originators, and I'm still your student. But your words reminded me, and I changed my mind again. As soon as the voice fell, Kanai symbolically formed a seal with his right hand, and a series of bangs and bangs sounded one after another. The smoke dissipated, and thousands of shadow clones suddenly appeared all over the mountains and plains. The 3 Raikages were shocked, and Z's brows were sweating, because he felt extremely strong chakra in each shadow clone. Kanai said with a smile. I decided to increase the stakes and bet on the lives of your entire Kyuubi. In exchange for letting all the people in your Kyuubi village go, I will make you three kneel down to me. At that time, I used 25 shadow clones to wipe out more than 2,000 ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, and it took about 15 minutes. As a military ninja village, your Kyuubi must be stronger than the Sarutobi clan, so I increased it to 100 times, 2,500 shadow clones. Well, if you don't say you want to destroy the village in 15 minutes, it shouldn't be difficult to kill about 30,000 to 50,000 people. Asshole. The Raikage gnashed his teeth in anger, his eyes wide open, staring at Kanai. 30,000 to 50,000 people. He couldn't say that. The Kyuubi village is not as good as Konoha. Although the military strength is one of the best among the 5 major countries, the total population is not as rich as Konoha. If he really kills 30,000 to 50,000 people, will there be anyone left in Kyuubi? This is simply the rhythm of the country's demise. Kanai spread his hands. Don't look at me like that. I came here just to watch the fight between Uchiha and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Who told you to attack me without explanation and kill me as soon as you came? I just asked you to kneel down and didn't commit genocide on you. It's already a mercy. Alas, who made me soft-hearted? I'm really too kind. The corners of the mouths of the 3 Raikages twitched fiercely. Even if they admitted that they felt that they were shameless enough in dealing with the Hyuga clan, but they also felt that they were far inferior to Kanai. If Kanai, who wiped out 2,000 ninjas of the Sarutobi clan at every turn, was kind, then there might be no kind people in this world. Okay, I don't have time to chat with you. It doesn't matter whether you kneel or not. After Kanai finished speaking, the shadow clones all over the field rushed towards the direction of the hidden cloud village. The 3 Raikages wanted to stop them, but they were surrounded by the remaining 7 or 8 shadow clones. Chapter 296, Killing Jihyun. Kanai continued, you still have 8 minutes from now. According to the speed of the shadow clone, it will take about 8 minutes to reach Kyuubi. By then, even if you want to kneel, it will be too late. Damn it. Damn it. The Raikage cursed 3 times in his heart, and in the horrified eyes of his 2 guards, he actually knelt down with a plop. Master Raikage, boss, what are you doing? At worst, you can fight him. I don't believe that he alone can shake our entire Kyuubi. Z and Deru wanted to step forward to help, but the Raikage stopped him. Enough, Z. Deru, it's my fault as the Raikage. At this moment, the self-esteem that the Raikage had built up for a long time was completely hit by Kanai. For the first time, he felt the taste of being threatened, just like when he threatened Konoha. As expected of the Raikage, for the sake of the village, he can actually do this. He is much better than the 3rd generation old monkey who only knew how to suck human blood in Konoha. But, Kanai looked at Z and Deru who did not kneel down. What about you two? Even the Raikage was forced to kneel down, so they were naturally no exception. Hearing this, they knelt down with a plop. Turn around. Kanai appeared on a huge rock in the direction of Konoha in an instant, sat cross-legged, and waved to the Raikage and the other 2, thinking that they were asking these guys to apologize to their wives. Although the Raikage and the other 3 did not make a mistake, the situation was stronger than the person, so they turned around and knelt down with a plop. He shouted 3 times, I was wrong. Then he left in embarrassment. Looking at the place where the 3 disappeared, Kanai did not intend to chase them, nor did he release Uncle Sasuke and Boruto. He just released the shadow clone and sat quietly in the same place, patiently waiting for the arrival of Jijin. On the other side, after leaving Yunlei Gorge far enough away, Deru finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Deru, how are you? Seeing Deru fall, the Raikage hurried forward to support him. Deru shook his head palely and answered with difficulty, I won't die for the time being. The monster didn't follow me. The Raikage looked back and shook his head. Just at this time, Z, who had been in the illusion before, finally recovered most of his mobility. He sensed it, then walked tremblingly behind the Raikage. He was about to treat the Raikage, but was rejected. Don't worry about me first. Treat Deru quickly. I know. Z nodded heavily, turned Deru over, tore off the bloody clothes, and saw the hideous and terrifying wound on his chest, and couldn't help but be shocked. What a serious injury. He thought that the injury on the Raikage's back was serious enough, but unexpectedly, Deru was injured more seriously, and was almost on the verge of death. If he is not treated quickly, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, he treated Deru, and said to the Raikage, "Lord Raikage, that guy didn't follow us, and stayed in Yunlei Gorge, as if waiting for someone. But you and Deru are both seriously injured, especially Deru. I can only do emergency treatment for him first, and I must return to the village for treatment later. Otherwise, damn it. Damn Akatsuki, damn Fujiwara Chiya, damn Uchiha, never forgive, never forgive." Upon hearing this, the Raikage's eyes were bloodshot, and his lungs were about to explode. He smashed the boulder beside him with a punch. This time, the Cloud-Hidden village suffered a big loss. Not only did they lose the most important combat force of the Cloud-Hidden village, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Kyuubi, but they also severely injured the current Raikage and the future 5th generation Raikage successor Deru. In the end, he was threatened to kneel down and apologize, begging for forgiveness from the other party, and fled in embarrassment, only to save his life. It can be said that, since the sacrifice of the 3rd Raikage, the Hidden Cloud village has not suffered such a big loss for many years. Lord Raikage, that Fujiwara Chiya is even more powerful than the legend says. Now Lord Kyuubi has been captured by that Uchiha. What should we do? Under Z's emergency treatment, Deru barely recovered a little strength. He lay flat on the ground and asked weakly. Hearing this, the Raikage closed his eyes and began to weigh the pros and cons. If it were in the past, knowing where the enemy was, he would definitely take people up and beat him up without saying a word. But now it's different. He can't beat the opponent at all. The only way now is to convene the 5-cage conference. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, suddenly opened his eyes, and said with a firm look, "We must not let Akatsuki go easily. Return to the village immediately, and then invite Konoha, Sand Village, Iwagakure, and Mist Shadow to go to the Iron Kingdom, to hold the 5-Shadow Conference." After the Raikage, Deru, and Z left, half an hour later, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A middle-aged man wearing a white hori, with hair gathered on top of his head and a long braid behind his head walked out. The middle-aged man had a Roman numeral 4th tattooed under his left eye, and a wedge mark on his chin. He pointed at a long black stick. Looking around, he muttered to himself, "Is this the parallel world mentioned by the son of the 7th Hokage? I can sense that there is a chakra similar to that of a fox somewhere in this world. It seems that the trip was worthwhile." But before that, Jijin turned his gaze to Kainai below. His figure slowly descended from the sky, his expression suddenly solemn. "This chakra can't be wrong. You should be the guy who killed Urashiki. You guessed right." Kainai casually drew out his Zanpakuto from his waist, and while releasing Kagami Sujetsu, he said indifferently, "You should be that Jijin. No, to be precise, it should be Otsutsuki Aishiki." Jijin sneered, "I can sense that you have the most powerful chakra in this world. It seems that you should be the strongest in this world. But, as long as I kill you, then the fox in this world will belong to me." As soon as Jijin finished speaking, there was a puff, and the pure white blade pierced through his back, pierced his brain, and came out of his right eye. "Then you have to be alive to do it." Kainai's voice, like a judgment, sounded behind Daishiki. "What is this?" Jijin was shocked. He glanced behind him with the remaining light of his left eye, and then looked at the opposite side again. Kainai's figure was gradually disappearing. "Is it an illusion? When exactly is it? Do you think I will be like the villains in the comics and foolishly tell you my ability?" Kainai stirred the blade. Jijin screamed and gasped. "Do you think you can kill me like this?" Kainai said in a deep voice, "Indeed, it is almost difficult to kill you Otsutsuki clan with perverted abilities by ordinary means, but I'm different. I'm the nemesis of your Otsutsuki clan." Chapter 297 Before the Storm. The Zanpakuto slowly pierced through Jijin's head, blood dripped along the pure white blade. Chiai said calmly, "No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as it is a living being, it will have a soul. This is true for Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kaguya, and even your so-called Otsutsuki god is no exception. And the same goes for you. I know that this body is not your real body, It's just that it occupied the body of this guy named Jijin through the so-called wedge. Even if you destroy him, you won't really die. But the soul does exist. As long as your soul is killed, then even if you have the ability to reincarnate, you will never survive. Ah, so it was you who made Momoshiki disappear. Jijin narrowed his only remaining left eye, his voice trembling, and he spoke with difficulty. Smart, but there is no reward. Kanai smiled and said, if it were in your world, then maybe I would be interested in playing with you for a while, but it's a pity that you shouldn't invade here. You shouldn't invade my ninja world. Kanai emphasized the 4 words my ninja world. Wait. I think we can talk about it again. Jijin heard this and wanted to struggle, but Kanai didn't give him a chance at all. The Zanpakuto swung and split him in 2, including his body and soul. He was deader than dead. The blood dyed the ground red. Kanai shook the blood off his sword and released Uncle Sasuke and the pitiful pineapple head from the system warehouse. As soon as he was released, the pineapple head screamed in fear. Uncle Sasuke's face was not very good, but after all, he had experienced countless storms and waves and was beaten all the way. After looking around and seeing that they had left the alien space, he patted Boruto on the shoulder and comforted him. Calm down, Boruto, we are out. It was not until Uncle Sasuke called out that Boruto reacted and stopped dancing. We are out. Is it that exaggerated? Kanai showed an expression as if he was looking at a fool. Boruto immediately went crazy when he heard it. You still say that you don't know how terrifying that goes places. You can't see, touch, can't breathe, can't see things, and have no sound or can't speak. The body seems to be floating in an endless abyss, sinking all the time. Sinking all the time. But you can't die. That feeling of suffocation, that feeling of fear. The uncle on the side ignored the pineapple head's complaints, looked up at Kanai, and asked the question that concerned him most. What is the situation now? I drove away the wreckage a long time ago. As for the Jijin you mentioned. Kanai pointed behind them. Hearing this, Boruto and Uncle Sasuke turned back subconsciously, and suddenly, they were shocked to see that Jixun's body had been split into 2, and he couldn't die anymore. How did you do it? Boruto swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking. Uncle Sasuke also cast a curious look. You know, this guy once forced his father and teacher into a desperate situation. Not only does he have the ability to absorb ninjutsu, but he can also change the size of his body and any non-living things other than his body at will. His physical skills are even more outrageous. A guy with such powerful strength was killed so easily? And seeing that Kanai's clothes were very clean, it was obvious that he had not experienced any hard battles. It was really incredible. It's very simple. Just kill him before you use your ability. Kanai waved his right hand, and the fire attribute chakra gathered in his hand, turning into a ball of flame, burning Jixun's body to ashes. Kanai didn't explain too much. He was never a person who liked to show off his special abilities. In his opinion, that was a kind of suicidal behavior. Explain your abilities to outsiders specifically, and then form a target. If you capsize in the gutter one day, it will be more trouble than gain. Hearing this, Pineapple Head and even Uncle Sasuke were all embarrassed by Kanai's perfunctory words. Kanai said again, what are your plans next? Uncle Sasuke thought Kanai was driving people away. Since Jijin has been dealt with, it's not good for us to stay in this world. I plan to go back now. But before that, we need to find the turtle that Jijin took away. I don't know where Jijin hid the turtle. While talking, Uncle Sasuke looked back at Jijin's body that was burned to ashes and suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. This is easy. Kanai spread his left hand and symbolically made a seal with his right hand. Search. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. A faint golden light passed by. A turtle tied with a red ribbon appeared out of thin air in Kanai's palm, which was the brain that Uncle Sasuke mentioned. How did you do it? Boruto was surprised. Without waiting for Kanai to answer, Uncle Sasuke said, this should be Flying Thunder God. Boruto was stunned. Grandpa's time and space ninjutsu? To be precise, it was a second generation Hokage's, and then I made improvements. The fourth generation Hokage improved the Flying Thunder God. It's still in Konoha. I don't know where it's hidden. Kainai pointed to the fleeting flying thunder god mark on the turtle's back. As early as the last time we met, just in case, I secretly left a mark on it, and you too. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't find it for a lifetime. Hey, do we have it too? The pineapple head suddenly felt a creepy feeling in his heart. Of course. Kainai didn't talk too much nonsense with them, and injected chakra into the turtle. The latter's shell immediately opened layer by layer, revealing a dazzling golden light ball. The golden light bloomed, wrapping Uncle Sasuke and Boruto, and when the light dissipated, the latter two returned to their own world. For safety reasons, Kainai kept the turtle, otherwise he could not guarantee that there would not be another Otsutsuki clan member who would come out to cause trouble one day. Land of Fire. Hidden Leaf Village. After being enlightened by Iruka and Shikamaru, Naruto regained his fighting spirit. Determined to avenge his mentor, he went to Mayaboki Mountain to learn fairy arts. After cracking the no true body code left by Jiraiya before his death, combined with the information given by Kainai, all the people of Konoha and the new generation of ninjas were transferred to the shelter under the Hokage Rock in advance. Konoha thus entered a wartime state. The afterglow of the setting sun slanted on the fallen yellow leaves, the light and shadows were mottled, and some traces of time were intertwined. The bustling Konoha of the past is no longer there, replaced by silence. The whole Konoha fell into a dead silence. This is the calm before the storm, and even the air is filled with a smell of gunpowder. The autumn wind blew, and the yellow leaves flew into the Hokage's office. Tsunade stood up and looked out the window, and she couldn't help but started out herself. With such a powerful enemy, could Konoha really survive this crisis? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Sakura is about to be stabbed. Outside the Hidden Rain Village, in the cave of the Akatsuki base, Pain, Konan, Obito, Zetsu, Kisame, and Hagura have just completed the sealing of the Vulpix. Finally done, without Deidara, Chiya, and Itachi. It took longer than expected. Kisame rubbed his sore neck. It can't be helped. Itachi is dead. Chiya needs to capture the Eight Tails for Sasuke to stop the reinforcement of the Hidden Cloud Village. As for Deidara, let's not talk about it. Black Zetsu took over the topic, his voice as hoarse as always. Speaking of the Eight Tails, Chiya has been asking for a long time. Have you heard back? Pain looked at Obito. Obito pondered for a while and replied indifferently, not yet, but it should be soon. As long as Chiya doesn't slack off. Is it okay? That Eight Tails is a perfect Jinchuriki. It was Konan who spoke. He was naturally not worried about Sasuke, a stranger. He was worried about Chiya, who had taken advantage of her many times. Having been in the Akatsuki organization for so many years, she knows the tail beasts very well. They are real battle machines. Although she is very confident in Kainai's strength. But this time the opponent is the Eight Tails, which is second only to the Nine Tails among the Nine Tails, and is also a perfect Jinchuriki. It is hard not to worry. Obito didn't know what Konan was thinking. Hearing this questioning, his eyebrows under the mask raised slightly. Just as he was about to answer, suddenly, there was a hum, and Kainai's projection appeared on the right index finger of the golem. Obito's face under the mask showed a smile. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Kainai, how is the situation over there? Seeing Kainai appear, Konan's face flashed with joy, and he hurriedly asked, it's okay. Although the second pillar was beaten, it should be considered a success. When I left, the fully-tailed beast Eight Tails had been hit by Amaterasu. Kainai gave an ambiguous answer. When you left, Pain frowned. Could it be that this guy was lazy again? Don't look at me like that. I went to intercept the reinforcement from the wreckage. Kainai said calmly. Haha. Mr. Kainai, have you faced another cage? And it was the wreckage from the Hidden Cloud Village. Hearing this, Kisame became interested. So did you kill the wreckage? Kainai shook his head. Not all cages are as bad as Rata and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The wreckage is still quite capable. His lightning release armor is just like a turtle shell. Ordinary attacks can't hurt him. Changing the subject, Kainai suddenly smiled and said, after I cut a knife on his back, I made him kneel down and beg for mercy at the cost of his 2 subordinates and the entire Hidden Cloud village. Other scenes suddenly became quiet. At this moment, a gloating voice suddenly sounded, as expected of Mr. Kainai. He has the same bad taste as always. He threatened Kyuubi and made the cage of a village kneel in front of his subordinates. This is more painful than killing him. This is Kisame's voice. This has completely offended Kyuubi. With the hot temper of the Raikage, after being humiliated and losing his brother, I'm afraid he will take revenge at all costs. Black Zetsu took over the topic. Revenge if you want revenge. Kainai can play Kyuubi around by himself, and the 8 Tails has been captured by Sasuke. It's no big deal. White Zetsu disagreed. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, it's not that simple. Although the 5 major countries have been engaged in an arms race for a long time, attacking each other, and even several wars that affected the entire ninja world, but if there is an enemy that is enough to threaten the 5 major countries, it is still very likely to unite. And our Akatsuki is playing exactly this role now. This time, Kyuubi suffered such a big loss. Maybe the Raikage will use this to hold a 5-cage meeting to discuss forming a coalition to deal with Akatsuki. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became serious. Among those present, although every member of the Akatsuki organization was self-important, but if the 5 major countries united, it would undoubtedly be an extremely powerful force. It has already exceeded the scope of fighting. Only Kainai disagreed. Isn't this expected? Now the Akatsuki organization has collected 7, oh no, 8-tailed beasts. Not to mention the Ninja Alliance. Even the 5-cage talks are not going anywhere. The relationship between Kyuubi and the other 4 countries is not as close as imagined. It takes a separate person to send messages. Just capture the 9 tails before the alliance is formed. After saying that, Kainai and Obito looked at each other, and they both looked at Pain. Kainai showed a playful smile on his face. After Konoha was destroyed by Super Shinra Tensei, Sakura shouted come back there quickly, and sent Sakura to Naruto who was defeated by Pain. Being stabbed by Pain's black stick, and then causing the 9 tails to run wild. He was looking forward to this scene, but he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Pain didn't know what Kainai was thinking. Facing the gazes of the two, the light of the samurai flashed. When the 8 tails arrives, I will capture the 9 tails myself. It didn't take long. 3 days later, after walking and stopping along the way, the 3 members of the Hawk Squad, who were covered in wounds, finally arrived at the meeting place agreed with Obito. Obito had been waiting there for a long time. Similarly, Chiya came as well. Hey, Nejiru, how does it feel to compete with the 8 tails Jinchuriki in swordsmanship? I have to say you are very brave, but your pupil power should have increased a lot. Can you open Susanoo? If not, then this beating will be in vain. Chiya waved at Nejiru. You guy, if you were willing to take action, we wouldn't have been beaten so badly by the 8 tails. Sujetsu glared at Chiya. Unlike the original work, where he was blasted dry by the tail beast ball, he almost died. With the 5-layer Asherman, Sujetsu survived until the end of the battle. But even so, he was beaten miserably by Killer Bee, who told the Hazuki group to be born afraid of thunder. It is your mission to capture the 8 tails. I also have a mission. I have done my best to ensure that you survive. Haven't you noticed that you haven't encountered other Kumo ninjas so far? Kainai spread his hands, looking innocent. Obito explained on the side. Kainai, he helped you stop the Raikage. Otherwise, even if you caught the 8 tails, you would definitely not be able to take it away with your wounds. Sasuke, you really caught the 8 tails. Great job. Stop talking nonsense. At this moment, the second pillar was on the verge of blackening. He threw Kirabe casually in front of Obito and said indifferently, where is Danzo? Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you, but in your current state, facing Danzo is undoubtedly seeking death. Are you sure you want to fight Danzo now? The second pillar made a huss sound, missed his gaze, and did not answer. Danzo is in Kainai's hands. When you recover from your injuries, he will hand Danzo over to you. Obito stood up, carried the 8 tails, turned his back to the second pillar, tilted his head, and looked at Kainai. Then I'll leave first. Chapter 298 Sakura is about to be stabbed. Outside the Hidden Rain Village, in the cave of the Akatsuki base, Pain, Konan, Obito, Zetsu, Kisame, and Hagura have just completed the sealing of the Vulpix. Finally done, without Deidara, Chiya, and Itachi. It took longer than expected. Kisame rubbed his sore neck. It can't be helped. Itachi is dead. Chiya needs to capture the Eight Tails for Sasuke to stop the reinforcement of the Hidden Cloud Village. As for Deidara, let's not talk about it. Black Zetsu took over the topic, his voice as hoarse as always. Speaking of the Eight Tails, Chiya has been asking for a long time. Have you heard back? Pain looked at Obito. Obito pondered for a while and replied indifferently, not yet, but it should be soon. As long as Chiya doesn't slack off. Is it okay? That Eight Tails is a perfect Jinchuriki. It was Konan who spoke. He was naturally not worried about Sasuke, a stranger. He was worried about Chiya, who had taken advantage of her many times. Having been in the Akatsuki organization for so many years, she knows the tailed beasts very well. They are real battle machines. Although she is very confident in Kainai's strength. But this time the opponent is the Eight Tails, which is second only to the Nine Tails among the Nine Tails, and is also a perfect Jinchuriki. It is hard not to worry. Obito didn't know what Konan was thinking. Hearing this questioning, his eyebrows under the mask raised slightly, just as he was about to answer. Suddenly, there was a hum, and Kainai's projection appeared on the right index finger of the golem. Obito's face under the mask showed a smile. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Kainai, how is the situation over there? Seeing Kainai appear, Konan's face flashed with joy, and he hurriedly asked. It's okay. Although the second pillar was beaten, it should be considered a success. When I left, the fully tailed beast Eight Tails had been hit by Amaterasu. Kainai gave an ambiguous answer. When you left, Pain frowned. Could it be that this guy was lazy again? Don't look at me like that. I went to intercept the reinforcement from the wreckage. Kainai said calmly. Haha. Mr. Kainai, have you faced another cage? And it was the wreckage from the Hidden Cloud Village. Hearing this, Kisame became interested. So did you kill the wreckage? Kainai shook his head. Not all cages are as bad as Rata and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The wreckage is still quite capable. His lightning release armor is just like a turtle shell. Ordinary attacks can't hurt him. Changing the subject, Kainai suddenly smiled and said, after I cut a knife on his back, I made him kneel down and beg for mercy at the cost of his two subordinates and the entire Hidden Cloud Village. The scene suddenly became quiet. At this moment, a gloating voice suddenly sounded, as expected of Mr. Kainai. He has the same bad taste as always. He threatened Kyuubi and made the cage of a village kneel in front of his subordinates. This is more painful than killing him. This is Kisame's voice. This has completely offended Kyuubi. With the hot temper of the wreckage, after being humiliated and losing his brother, I'm afraid he will take revenge at all costs. Black Zetsu took over the topic. Revenge if you want revenge. Kainai can play Kyuubi around by himself, and the Eight Tails has been captured by Sasuke. It's no big deal. White Zetsu disagreed. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, it's not that simple. Although the 5 major countries have been engaged in an arms race for a long time, attacking each other, and even several wars that affected the entire ninja world, but if there is an enemy that is enough to threaten the 5 major countries, it is still very likely to unite. And our Akatsuki is playing exactly this role now. This time, Kyuubi suffered such a big loss, maybe the wreckage will use this to hold a 5-cage meeting to discuss forming a coalition to deal with Akatsuki. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became serious. Among those present, although every member of the Akatsuki organization was self-important, but if the 5 major countries united, it would undoubtedly be an extremely powerful force. It has already exceeded the scope of fighting. Only Kainai disagreed. Isn't this expected? Now the Akatsuki organization has collected 8-tailed beasts. Not to mention the Ninja Alliance, even the 5-cage talks are not going anywhere. The relationship between Kyuubi and the other 4 countries is not as close as imagined. It takes a separate person to send messages. Just capture the 9 tails before the alliance is formed. After saying that, Kainai and Obito looked at each other, and they both looked at Pain. Kainai showed a playful smile on his face. After Konoha was destroyed by Super Shinra Tensei, Sakura shouted come back there quickly and sent Sakura to Naruto, who was defeated by Pain, being stabbed by Pain's black stick and then causing the Ninetales to run wild. He was looking forward to this scene, but he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Pain didn't know what Kainai was thinking. Facing the gazes of the two, the light of the Samsara flashed. When the Eight Tails arrives, I will capture the Ninetales myself. It didn't take long. 3 days later, after walking and stopping along the way, the Wounded Hawk team finally arrived at the meeting place agreed with Obito. Obito had been waiting there for a long time. Similarly, Chiya came as well. Hey, Nejiru, how does it feel to compete with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki in swordsmanship? I have to say you are very brave, but your pupil power should have increased a lot. Can you open Susanoo? If not, then this beating will be in vain. Chiya waved at Nejiru. You guy, if you were willing to take action, we wouldn't have been beaten so badly by the Eight Tails. Sujetsu glared at Chiya. Unlike the original work, where he was blasted dry by the tail beast ball, he almost died. With the 5-layer Rashomon, Sujetsu held on until the end of the battle. But even so, he was beaten miserably by Killer Bee, who told the Hazuki group to be born afraid of thunder. It is your mission to capture the Eight Tails. I also have a mission. I have done my best to ensure that you survive. Haven't you noticed that you haven't encountered other Kumo ninjas so far? Kainai spread his hands, looking innocent. Obito explained on the side. Kainai, he helped you stop the wreckage. Otherwise, even if you caught the Eight Tails, you would definitely not be able to take it away with your wounds. Sasuke, you really caught the Eight Tails. Great job. Stop talking nonsense. At this moment, the second pillar was on the verge of blackening. He threw Kirabe casually in front of Obito and said indifferently, where is Danzo? Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you, but in your current state, facing Danzo is undoubtedly seeking death. Are you sure you want to fight Danzo now? The second pillar made a huh sound, missed his gaze, and did not answer. Danzo is in Kainai's hands. When you recover from your injuries, he will hand Danzo over to you. Obito stood up, carried the Eight Tails, turned his back to the second pillar, tilted his head, and looked at Kainai. Then I'll leave first. Chapter 300 Zayanin and Self-Strategy. If we add Hinata, the disciple who was teased by Kainai all day long, into the mix, what a guy. In this way, Kainai actually hooked up with the 5th generation of Konoha ninjas, and all of them were beautiful women. It's true. Kainai didn't explain too much. In his opinion, it would be better to let them talk to each other instead of explaining. After leaving a few shadow clones to guard in the dark, he took Yikang away. First, he sent Yikang to the cave, where the outer path demon statue was held, and he went to Konoha. Where is Kainai? In the dark cave, Obito, Zetsu, and Kisame were on the fingers of the outer path demon statue. Killer Bee's octopus clone was placed under the statue. Seeing that Kainai didn't come over, the three couldn't help but feel a little confused. Master Kainai, I went to Konoha to watch the battle. Yikang jumped onto the finger of the outer path demon statue, corresponding to her ring with an indifferent expression. For these members of the Akatsuki organization, except for Kainai and Konan, she had no good feelings. You are still as aloof as ever, Scorch release Yakira. Kisame smiled bitterly, but even Mr. Kainai has gone. There are only 4 of us. It seems that it will take quite some time. I don't know where that kid Deidara has gone. I'm beginning to miss him. Stop complaining. Hurry up. Black Zetsu said. The 4 of them formed seals at the same time. The mouth of the outer path demon statue opened, and a white light shone out, wrapping up Killer Bee's octopus-legged clone. The seal officially began. At the same time, Pain and Konan also set off for Konoha. Considering that Nagato's true body could not be exposed, and being too confident in Pain's strength, Konan finally did not invite Kainai. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Kainai, on the other hand, used Flying Thunder God to arrive at Konoha in advance. I really don't know how many intact buildings will be left in Konoha after today. Standing on the tall wall of Konoha, Kainai looked down at the huge Konohagakure, sighed softly, and disappeared. At this time, Tsunade was still busy and exhausted because of the crisis that Konoha might come at any time. She had just sent away Kakashi and other Konoha backbones. There was news from Karin that his mother Kazuki and Juhi Kurenoi were missing. Chakra completely disappeared. There was no breath. This made Tsunade feel overwhelmed. She knew that it was Kainai who took them away. Because apart from Kainai, no one could escape Chinatsu's investigation. And there was only one possibility, that Kainai would take Juhi Kurenoi away so anxiously without even saying hello. Akatsuki was finally going to attack Konoha. I really have a lot of troubles. Tsunade lay on the table weakly inside. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Tsunade was startled, but after hearing the familiar voice of the person who came, she lay down again. What are you worried about? Kainai put his hands on Tsunade's shoulders and massaged her. Moan. Tsunade couldn't help but let out a moan and sighed. What else can annoy me? What else can annoy me except your damn Akatsuki? Then I'm really helpless. To be honest, if you weren't the Hokage, I wouldn't care about the life and death of Konoha at all. If I had known this, I should have stopped you from taking over this position. Kainai put his hand into Tsunade's neck, leaking a little chakra, attracting Karin and Chinatsu who were looking for Juhi Kurenoi and Kazuki. You are so frivolous. Tsunade slapped Kainai's dirty hands and asked casually, Xiangyu and Han should have been taken away by you. After all, a big war is going to happen. It would be bad if my wife and children were affected. Kainai smiled and said, the reason why I made another trip this time is because I wanted to. Before Kainai could finish his words, Tsunade interrupted him harshly, don't even think about it. As the 5th Hokage of Konoha, I will never leave Konoha. Chinatsu is in the shelter under the Hokage rock. You should know that place. Take her away. Please listen to what I have to say. Kainai naturally knew that Tsunade was unwilling to go with her. If she left, she would not beat Tsunade. So she had to settle for the next best thing. Chinatsu has not been at the Hokage rock for a long time. That girl is not one to sit idle. She is looking for Kurenoi with Karin. I just released a trace of chakra, and they are coming here. Go and call Shizune and Hinata over. I have something to tell you. Hinata? Tsunade was stunned. She looked back at Kainai, a hint of suspicion in her bright brown eyes. You wouldn't have done anything to that little girl. How is that possible? You're overthinking. It's just that we have known each other for a long time, and she is also Kurenoi's student, so we call each other brother and sister. At the same time, she is the only person in Konoha who knows about our relationship. Kainai was talking nonsense seriously. He really didn't attack Hinata, but he just didn't have time to do it. I'm afraid he hasn't had time to do it yet. Tsunade seemed to be able to read minds, revealing Kainai's inner thoughts and showing a look of contempt. You're a ghost, if you believe me. I can tell you that Hinata is different from the rest of us who have no parents. The Hyuga clan's family education is very strict. Hayashi will never agree to let Hinata be with you. That's hard to say. Kainai never intended to compromise to get the approval of the Hyuga clan. He didn't need the approval of anyone else. He just needed his woman to be willing to follow him. Then there was Infinite God. The 4th Ninja World War was over, and there was nothing in this world worth his nostalgia. It would be better to transform into the appearance he liked. Not long after, Karin, Chinatsu, Shizune, and Hinata arrived at the Hokage building one after another. Kainai began to make secret plans. First, he dropped the bombshell that Pain was about to invade Konoha. Then he kept them behind on the pretext of explaining Pain's abilities. At the moment of Pain's invasion, he released the Uchiha Flame Formation and surrounded the Hokage building. This action directly alarmed many people. What is that? A patrolling Konoha ninja whispered. He wanted to get closer, but was stopped by the Enbu who had seen Chiya perform the Uchiha Flame Formation. Don't get close. That is the barrier set up by Fujiwara Chiya. It has the ability to resist the tailed beasts, and it is also accompanied by a terrifying high temperature. If you touch it rashly, you will die. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Is Fujiwara Chiya, who once turned Konoha upside down in the Chunin exam, back again? He traveled across the ninja world and overwhelmed the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi and Konoha's Wolf Beast Might Guy with his own strength. Not to mention them, even Pain and Conan, who had just arrived in Konoha, showed unexpected expressions. They recognized this as Chiya's trick at a glance. but they never expected that this guy who likes to slack off the most would come here specially. Conan, did you call Chiya? Peen asked casually. No, maybe he sensed that our chakra was leaving Yuan, so he came here to join in the fun. Xiaonan's face turned red. Could it be that he came here because he was worried about me? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.